If you've ever needed a spreadsheet to track all of the bets that you have going for the Super Bowl, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back. It is Super Friday, Friday before the Super Bowl. We got a data print here today. We had some earnings. Amazon, I think it's the big one. It's on everyone's mind. Is it buy the dip? What do? We're going to talk about it. Big Friday pre-Super Bowl. We're going to discuss Super Bowl bets here today. I want to hear them. What do you folks got? Lock in. Friday's coming right now on Benzinga's PreMarket Playbook. Hello and welcome back. Sebastian, I'm going to steal your thunder today. Happy Faloona Friday. I've never heard that before, but let's go. That's what it is. It is the Super Friday, really, the Friday before Super Bowl Sunday. I really hope that I can get you guys to share some of your best bets with the group here today. We're going to go ahead and say good morning. Chris out here already scalping stuff. LTRY having some action here today. Chris, the early bird gets the worm. Rise and grind, baby. Good morning. Hopefully you're crushing it there. Paul, good morning. I love it. Let's make some beer money for the weekend. Let's also have some pretty good snacks for the Super Bowl, huh? Paul, great to see you. Welcome back. Good morning. Crimp Biscuit in the house. Welcome back. Austin, welcome back. Jonathan, welcome back. Son of God, fisherman of men. Welcome back. Chuck, it's good to see you again as well. Couch Potato. Let's go. I'm going to be a couch potato for on Sunday, man. I am going to soak up the coverage and the game. Monday morning, I'm not going to have alcohol, so Monday morning will be pretty easy now that I think about that. Bernhard, welcome back. Good to see you. Big Bees, welcome. We will talk about Pinterest here. I didn't trade that, especially after what we saw with Snap, but an interesting report from Pinterest nonetheless. Seniat. Happy Friday. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. If I didn't, please correct me. Lion Atlas, locked in the house. Good morning, Lion. Lion, are we buying Amazon today? Are we buying the dip on Amazon? We're going to cover that report here. We're going to talk about that in a little bit, but that's kind of what I want to know. Larry, good morning. White chocolate mocha. Oh, rooting for the Chiefs. That's okay. I'm glad that you're here. We're going to start our day with white chocolate mocha. ATL Russ, how's it going in the dirty South, right? I'm assuming that's what your name is for. How's it going down there in the dirty South? And by the way, I'm really hoping that the Bears sign Drew Dalman. Tell me what you think about that. Jonathan, good morning. Welcome back. Naveal, good morning. Welcome back. George and Drew, good morning, folks. Welcome back. Mark, hello, and good morning indeed. Aries Stock Market, good morning. JG, good morning. Kayla, good morning. Word for everyone. I love it. Good morning. Yo, Jim, what's going on? Good morning, buddy. Ritesh, good morning. Topher, good morning. Day Trader, welcome back as always. Tom, welcome back. All right. Ritesh says, namaste from Boston. Namaste. All right, let's go. Let's get it locked in here. Let's go ahead and start talking about the SPY first. Oh, I got to share my screen. I got to get my screen share up there. Okay. Still with the SPY, nothing really changed as far as the spots that we're at or the market yesterday. The one thing to note is the 606 level, which we'll zoom in here and talk about. We're still in the Trump channel, right? This little sideways channel that started on the day after the election. Very, very clear and well-defined channel here. So we're still in that channel. We are at the high end of the range. So really the question for the next move for me is, do we actually break out of this range or do we continue to move back down? This is how I would trade this too, right? If we don't get a breakout, if we hold beneath there, or even if we slightly break out of the top and immediately come back in, that would be signs that maybe the next move here is a regression back to the mean, maybe down to that 50. Maybe we even get some bad news and test down to that 100-day at 588 or 589 as it may be. And then conversely, if we break out, maybe we do set some new highs. What's going to be the catalyst for that breakout? Do we get good news? Is it something macro? What are the catalysts going to be? This is kind of what I'm watching here. SPY's kind of in an interesting spot, and really it's the next move that I want to trade. If all it does is stay in this channel, well, maybe we'll take a look at some puts for the move back down. But We'll see. Quick look around the board here. Futures flattish. S&P futures down 4/400, so 0.04%. Dow futures up Dow futures are just straight up flat. And the NASDAQ here down 0.06. So we're pretty much flat across the board. Is it a banner here, the Chiron, as they say. U.S. stocks likely to open on a mixed note. Amazon, Pinterest, take two among the stocks to watch. And we'll go ahead and take a look at all of those stocks, no doubt. I think we should start here with Amazon. That's everyone's favorite, right? Especially of all of these. Good morning. Oh, we have many more. Good morning. Steve, Scott, Jane, conditionally accepted. Let's go. ATL Russ says it's warm and rainy. Well, I'll tell you what, it's February, so if it's warm, not that bad. Mad Money, good morning. Dom, good morning. Danny, good morning. Trade Screener and Jonathan, good morning. Okay. Jonathan saying, KC native, it's about to be a bad Super Bowl for all the Chiefs and Zebra haters. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm just hoping for a good game. If it's a blowout in either way, I'm going to be upset. Izzy, Ryan, you owe me a beer and on not holding Amazon into earnings. If you recall correctly, when I even made that purchase, despite you telling me that I shouldn't, I told you flat out at the beginning of that trade I wasn't going to hold for earnings. So I'll take that to the bank. Lion Atlas says, Ryan, I think the market, like Amazon's strong earnings to some extent, you can see gain most of the down reaction is just the earnings. Okay. I love playing football, Ryan, but don't really watch unless the Falcons are in a big game. I feel you on that. Okay. So with Amazon, let's start with Amazon. First of all, we find ourselves pretty much right at the 20-day moving average. Right, stock is down 2.88% here in the pre-market following the earnings report and the soft guide that they gave last night. This was really the big earnings report of the night. And actually, I don't know if he's here yet, but big time shout out. I'm actually going to give the sound effects. Big time shout out to Stay Focused, who on our happy hour call yesterday, as Amazon was plunging past the 50-day moving average, by the way, which was down here at 255. This thing was really selling off in the after hours yesterday. Got down to 225. Excuse me. This got down to 221. Well, this was pulling. Stay Focused had looked at the report and said, you know what? I think that just kind of some of the trading action here, this might bounce back, at least in short order. And literally 10 minutes later in the call, I came back to Amazon and saw that it was almost back even. That was just an absolute money call live on Happy Hour. Happy Hour is not generally a trading show. We're generally talking about the market and breaking it down. But Stay Focused was out here printing with his calls. Amazing on Amazon. Nonetheless, came all the way back to even, did drift a little bit lower. Now here in the pre-market, we're actually drifting a little bit higher. Now, the CEO, Andy Jassy, I actually thought he did a really good job on the call. He said he highlighted the successful holiday season, but obviously the guidance disappointed there. So let's go take a look at some of the numbers here. Oh, please, newsfeed, don't not load on me right now. There we go. Okay, GAAP EPS 186 beat the 148 estimate. That's a nice beat there. Sales $187.8 billion. This company is an absolute monster. That beat the estimate of 187.29 there. Let's see if I can. Here we go. Here is your guide. This is one of the reasons why there were two primary reasons why the stock is down and why the stock didn't move on earnings. Your first one is going to be this guide. Amazon Q4. Oh, no. Come on, dude. Come on. Oh, where on earth is that? How did I just lose that? Ah, my good Lord. Amazon sees Q1 revenue 151 billion to 155.5 billion. The consensus estimate was 158.33. So despite the successful holiday quarter, which they commented on, they guided below the whisper number here, the high end of the range, 3 billion below that whisper number. That is reason number one. Reason number two is the last part of these stats. I'm going to go give them all to you, but I'm going to start with this one. Amazon Web Services surges. I see what that writer did there. That was Chris Catchy, wasn't it? Getting the tongue twister all there for me. I see you, Chris. Amazon Web Services surges 19% to 26.8 billion. The whisper number here was 20%. So, and Amazon Web Services is one of the big drivers of Amazon stock price after earnings. We've seen that for a while. That has been one of the big segments that really grew quickly, that helped Amazon just be a rocket ship. And so this is one of the prints, or one of the data points that people look for in that report, and it came in just slightly short of the whisper number. As a result, you're seeing Amazon down 3% here. But let's go through the rest of the report, because the question is this a buying opportunity? Are you able to add Amazon at a slight discount here? Izzy, I think I already know your answer. I bought Amazon at $227 yesterday and sold before the market today, 1 for 1 today. There you go. Knew you were going to be buying the dip. Knew it. Figured. We're going to keep talking about that. Conditionally accepted. You're also mentioning the CapEx. We'll talk about that here in a sec too. I actually broke that out into the second story here, but you're right. You are right, my man. Anyway, Amazon, the Q4, the rest of the Q4 numbers here, net sales rise 10% year over year to 187.5 billion. Remember, that number beat. North America was up 10%, 115.6 billion, and international was up 8% to 43.4 billion. So just goes to show you there real quick, just by looking at those numbers, the international business is about a third of the total business, with the US, or North America, representing the other 2/3 there. Amazon reports Q4 Amazon Web Services net sales of 28.79 billion versus 24.2 billion last year. So they're growing, but just didn't grow as much as the analysts expected, and as a result, they traded back down here. Amazon reverses 7% after hours. We talked about that a little bit. That was pretty good. They had 8% retail margins, which is also pretty good. Again, they commented on how that holiday quarter was one of the best that they did, or was one of the best that they had. And that guide that I read you, that 151 to 155 billion, that's up 5 to 9% year over year. Remember, the estimate was for 158 billion. It's about 11%. So just a little bit short there. Then this morning, we actually had some price re-ratings here. All right. Amazon price target raised to 265 from 235 at Barclays. They didn't change their rating. They just raised the price target. There were a lot of them. Here too. Goldman Sachs maintains their buy, raises price target to 255. Price target raised to 280 from 265 at Canaccord. Wells Fargo, actually one of the 3 firms that lowered the price target here, lowered to 207 from 212 at Wells Fargo. Telsey maintains the 275 price target. And then BMO raised from 265 to 280. So you're getting a bunch of different re-ratings here on Amazon. As we kind of already talked about, Amazon has kind of drifted higher here. So I'll be honest with you, I like this going forward. I think Amazon is great. I use this all the time. I use it every single day. Well, maybe not every single day, but every week. No, every single day. I use probably Amazon Prime Video at some point every single day. To me, I get it. The report didn't quite meet some of those numbers. I get it. The guide is a little soft. Let's see how this trades today. I got to think that this is a potential buy the dip here, and I'll be looking at this, if for nothing else, than a short-term trade. To be quite honest with you, I actually wouldn't have been all that pissed if this stock was down more on this report. I really wouldn't. If this thing comes into that, I should have bought with you last night, Izzy, 225 right here. I should have just listened to stay focused. Instead of hosting my meeting, I should have just let the dead air go, and I should have just been out there trading last night as this thing really kind of hit the 50-day. Honestly, I'm a huge bull on Amazon long term. I think they're going to continue to crush it. I think they're going to continue to develop products and services that we all use on a regular basis. I don't think Jeff Bezos is going to give up or go into the sunset at all. So I like Amazon for the long term. Frankly, I would have loved for this to have come in a little bit more. If this thing ever comes back into the 200-day like it did here in August again, we're going to be trading this again. And we're probably going to be holding it for more than 5 minutes or however long we do on some of these day trades. So I understand we have a rough report, down about 3% here. Would love to get your folks' thoughts on whether or not this is going to be a buy here. A ton of upgrades today. Buy after 8:30 if it goes down more, says Izzy. There you go, Izzy. You're one of the Amazon traders. Tom, may I suggest decaffeinated? No, you may not. There's just absolutely no point to drinking decaffeinated coffee. What I'm going for in the morning is the caffeine. I'm absolutely addicted to the caffeine. No, you can't suggest that. Sorry. That's not going to do it. Nope. I'm just having some fun there. But no, seriously, decaf coffee, big no on that. Okay, let's talk about Amazon's CapEx spend that conditionally accepted, mentioned earlier here. So this is the other thing, right? This has to do with the whole DeepSeek thing, the whole AI thing, all of that, all that entire story, that entire focus, that entire thing that companies are doing. This is going to be a big thing here for Amazon as well. Okay. CEO Andy Jassy praised DeepSeek. And we're seeing more of this from some of the CEOs or the people that are involved there. They're not running scared. That also, by the way, that also tells me that this was kind of overblown when it first came out. Anyway, he praised DeepSeek's emergence as a lower cost competitor, outperforming models from companies like OpenAI, and predicted that lower costs and greater efficiency would drive increased consumer spending. And I tend to agree here. I actually think when it comes to AI that competition is actually going to be one of the best things for it. The more these models come out, the cheaper they're able to do things, the faster they're able to operate, the more accurate they are. This is going to make every other model better, whether it's Chinese, American, or anything in between. Competition is absolutely going to help these. And it sounds to me like that's what the Amazon CEO is saying here. That sounds like what Sam Altman was saying. He was a little bit veiled, saying, "Oh yeah, well, we're going to release some more new shit too." It seems to me like they're confident in their product, and they think that competition inevitably is going to be good. And we're also seeing that because 104 billion in capex. That is a lot. That actually, we had Meta doing the same thing, right? And then what was the other? ARM, right? So we had ARM giving money or raising money, for this AI thing. I mean, you're talking about like $250 billion just between just a handful of companies at that point. He also, Andy, he said some assume that lowering the cost of technology components, specifically inference in this case, would reduce overall spending. However, that's not been the case. Quote, companies will spend a lot less per unit of infrastructure, and that is very, very useful for their business. He went on to say, but then they get excited about what else they could build. They usually end up spending a lot more in total. I believe the cost of inference will meaningfully come down, he stated, adding that this will make it easier for companies to integrate inference and generative AI into their applications. This should help competition. This should help the spread of that. Here we go. Amazon's aggressive AI investment aligns with rivals like Alphabet, 75 billion, Microsoft, 80 billion, and now here Amazon with 104 billion. So right there, 75, 80, and 104. That's 250 billion with three companies. I don't think this is going away, and I don't think that we built DeepSeek for 5 million is really hard hitting. I don't really think that's going to change anything. We're seeing that here in some of the numbers. So that's that. There you go. Conditionally accepted. I'd love to know what you think about the CapEx spend. You brought it up. Do you have any additional thoughts on that spend, what that might mean, or would this, let me rephrase that. How would this change how you're actually going to trade Amazon? That'd be my question here. It sounds like you guys, Ritish saying buy the dip. By the way, good morning, Tanya and Sunkissed Yogi. A ton of upgrades. Lion Atlas says, I see Amazon going to 300. Jim is saying that the Amazon call was not enthusiastic like Noto on the SoFi call, but the numbers were still good. Sergeant Sexy locked in the house. Now we can start our Friday with Sergeant Sexy here. Shake it. Let's go. I build for Amazon. They constantly improve statistics. Stay tuned. Tell you what, I love like the kind of like foreshadowing there. I absolutely love that. It really does seem like the entire group here kind of feels like Amazon is a buy the dip. That's kind of what I'm gathering from you folks. That's where I put myself in. Or that's the bucket that I file myself in. Chris is saying, so because we have all these customers on Prime, they're getting overnight free deliveries on tiny items. It's easy on the drivers, but I have to imagine not cost effective. I think one of the things, that's actually a good point. I know Amazon had a push to try and give rewards like Prime Video credits and things like that by consolidating shipments into less boxes. You'd imagine that this would save shipping costs, probably also easier for the drivers. I will say, at least in my area, the amount of drivers is crazy. There are Amazon drivers in those Rivian trucks literally all over the place. And none of them ever really look stressed. Like when I go outside and I work out, I see a lot of these people, and I'm a friendly guy. I like to talk to people. I like to engage people in conversation. And I talk to these people, and a lot of them, they seem like they're in a great mood. They don't really seem stressed. They don't really seem like they're running all over the place. I get the same vibe from the UPS driver. I guess he's been on this route for almost 20 years though. So maybe that's why it's like that. But all of these people, at least my interactions with them, all of them seem positive. What's up, Sideshow Yakshamash? Hopefully you're doing well here today. Ritesh, going even more specific. I love this, Ritesh. You're looking at the 235 calls that expire 2 weeks out. Okay, so that's the February monthly contract that Ritesh is talking about, 235s. Awesome. Izzy saying buy after the 8:30 support. Or excuse me, buy after the 8:30 report. We are waiting on that. 9 minutes, by the way, until we get that report. 9 minutes. Good morning, Ryan. Great to see you. And then Chris here, another really good point about Amazon. Amazon moving towards automation should expand the multiple and bring in the AI speculation. Anyone know what multiple Amazon is trading at? What multiple are you referring to? Price to earnings multiple here, 38.3. So you tell me what multiple you're looking at here. I do think that the crux of what you're saying there, as they kind of build out automation, that should actually help margins and help their number. Okay. Okay, day trader, you got it. I'm just trying to get comments from everyone here in the chat. I want to know what you guys think here on Amazon. Okay, really good stuff. We'll actually, I'm sure we're going to be checking in on Amazon. I'm sure we're going to be taking a look at this all day here today. I did really quickly want to take a look at Tesla before we go to Mark Petrino again here on Friday. I did want to really quickly talk about Tesla. Tesla had a volatile day yesterday. When we were on the show here, this thing looked really weak in the morning. I mean, it was weak in the pre-market. The bounce that it tried to do immediately got sold. This thing pounded the 365 low, actually double bottomed intraday at that 365 area. And then it firmed up a little bit the rest of the day. Now, this morning we did the same thing, right? We sold down here in the pre-market. Amazon, for heaven's sakes, Ryan, get it together. Tesla drops 1.5% in the pre-market after sales of Chinese-made EVs in January drop 11.5% year over year. Now, Tesla moved down here. We're pretty much right back to balance. We are right back to where we closed yesterday. We're down just under 0.5% here. To me, this is NBD. I think Tesla might be another potential day trade here. I know Lynn and Randy are hitting this all the time. Wouldn't be shocked if Tesla is on deck here again today. So just keep in mind, I know the story that we put out, the producer will give you that story. It does mention that the stock is down 1.5%, but the buyer's already starting to bring that stock back to balance here. Okay, and then one more here real quick before we get over to Mark. That'll actually do it for the news. Then we can talk about the Super Bowl. I'm going to ask Mark about the Super Bowl too, so hopefully he's ready for that. And you know what, Jonathan, or the KC native that's in here, I want to know what your bets and your thoughts on the Super Bowl are too. Let's get a mix of opinion in there, huh? Anyway, for Google here, Google's quantum computing chief challenges NVIDIA's Jensen Huang's 20-year timeline. Quote, within 5 years, we'll see real-world applications that are possible only on quantum computers. Now, if you recall, when the whole quantum theme was really popping off, QBTS D-Wave. Let me make sure I'm getting that right, because if I butcher that ticker, I'm going to look like a complete fool. Yeah, QBTS, ticker QBTS, is D-Wave Quantum. That CEO went on CNBC in the midst of all of this and was saying how we have practical applications right now. Jensen Huang is wrong on all of that, and now you're having Google say something similar here. So the quantum theme, even if this prediction is right and the quantum theme is still 5 years out, the reality for trading folks, we're going to have plenty of time. There's going to be volatility in these names. You're going to be able to trade these things back and forth. 5 years is a long time in the market. Hell, sometimes 5 minutes feels like a long time in the market. So 5 years, no big deal. Stay on top of this, though. We definitely want to be able to pick or identify or uncover long-term winners in this space, because I do think that this is going to be a tradable theme in the future here, with probably some less volatility and some big outsized wealth creation moves. At least that's what I'm hoping for. I just don't know which is going to be the winner and which application is going to be the best. So, okay, good stuff there. Do you know what you call a Kansas City Chief with a Super Bowl ring? You call him a thief. Okay. Okay, we'll go with that. Love you, but fly, Eagles, fly. Fly, Eagles, fly. Okay, let's go back to pro. Let's check in with our special guest, and let's see what our stock of the day is. Mark, good morning. Happy Friday. I guess one of the chatters is dubbing it a Faloona Friday, but I'm not going to make you call it that. Happy Super Friday. You're having a good one here. And are you ready for the big game on Sunday?
I don't know, man. I don't want to watch Taylor Swift and her friends dance around. I don't want to watch these stupid commercials, which we're told are funny, but they're really not. I'm going to watch it, but it's almost like out of habit.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Here's my secret. I'll be honest with you. I know that there are people every year that talk about the commercials. I know we'll probably end up talking about some of the commercials. We'll probably even see some stocks that might be moving around on Monday morning, maybe because of the commercials. But Mark, unpopular opinion here, I'm with you. This whole Super Bowl commercial thing is so blown out of proportion, and it has been for a number of years. Look, I'm going to just being honest with you folks. When I'm watching the game and the commercials come on, I go take a leak. Or I go get a drink, or I go get something else to eat, or I talk to the people that I'm with. I mean, I'm not sitting there hanging over the commercials. So I feel like that's my get off my lawn moment here. And I know a lot of people really kind of like the commercials, but Mark, I'm so glad that you said that. I'm with you on that.
Well, here's what I think, right? I think that the NFL should get rid of the taunting rule. And if someone scores, they have, 5 seconds where they can do like some kind of taunting dance, right? Like whatever their dance is. Then at the halftime, you just have like a dance contest of like all the best dudes that have the best like taunting dances, right? And then let everyone vote, and there you go. I think that would be much more entertaining than watching, I don't even know who the halftime show performers are this year, but
I think it's Kendrick Lamar.
Well, I won't.
My response exactly. Again, a get off my lawn moment. I listen to Led Zeppelin and the Beatles. I have no idea who Kendrick Lamar is. Make fun of me if you will. I don't know what to tell you. At least I knew who Usher was last year. But I'm digressing here, Mark. I'm digressing.
You know what? Before we go into it, I just saw a really cool special about the making of physical graffiti on one of the streaming services.
Oh.
And it's really cool. Now I used to play guitar. I haven't touched it in a while, but when I got out of college, I was actually a professional classical guitar player for about a year. And it's a really tough way to make a living. But anyway, one of the interesting things I thought is that during Kashmir, that like Jimmy Page
riff
has his guitar tuned in a completely different way than a standard guitar tuning, which is why it sounds so different, and which is why for years people can never figure out, how he got that sound. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that is really cool. I mean, I've seen Jimmy Page play his guitar with a damn violin bow. So yeah. we're talking about people that are on a different level here. Mark, one thing here, I do want to get into the stock of the day. We are expecting the non-farm payrolls here in under a minute. we're about 10 seconds away from that. So just kind of want to see what the print is there, what those numbers are. We'll scroll them across the screen here. And of course, I want to see if there's any type of market reaction there.
Yeah, I think 169 was the estimate, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. We'll see what the actual print was when it comes out here. There we go. S&P futures trading up here, at least popping early on that, up 1/10 here on the release of that information. I still don't see it anywhere. I see. Here we go. U.S. unemployment rate for January 4% versus the 4.1% estimate. The prior read was 4.1%. Jan non-farm payrolls plus 143,000 versus the 169,000 estimate. The prior read was 307,000. S&P futures turning lower here now, down by about 0.25% on the back of that print. U.S. average hourly earnings month over month for January 0.5% versus the 0.3% estimate. The prior read was 0.3, and the U.S. participation rate for January 62.6%. The prior read 62.5. So initial market reaction here, a little bit of a pull in the market. S&P futures down 0.2. We'll see how that resolves. Any knee-jerk reaction thought to that print there, Mark?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's close enough to estimates that it's probably not going to have that big of an influence. But I know, who knows? We got to give it a little bit of time. But that would be my initial thought. I know it came in a little bit under, but it's not like a huge surprise.
No, and to be fair here, it's actually like the SPY here is actually jostling back and forth. So, okay, let's get into your stock of the day here. We'll definitely check back on how this print affects things as things settle out.
Okay. Well, before I do stock of the day, I just want to show you all 3 things that I'm watching. And first thing I'm going to bring up here is just NVIDIA, because NVIDIA, as we talked about, this was the stock of the day, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, right? There tends to be resistance at levels that were support. And this is traditionally considered because of people buy here. And when the price goes lower, they say, I made a mistake. If it gets back to my price, I'm going to sell to get out at break even. So support can become resistance if you have enough of these remorseful buyers placing sellers. So my attitude on the broad market is the broad market, I don't think will make any kind of meaningful move higher as long as NVIDIA is below this, I guess let's call it like 130, like below this like 130 level. So if there was one thing to focus on, in my opinion, if I was back in my trading days, like I would be watching this. In other words, say I had orders to buy, I wouldn't really be aggressive, or I wouldn't be pushing them. I would just tell my brokers, take your time. If this started to break and started to head higher, then I would tell my brokers, hey, listen, I think the market's about to move up here, so you got to get a little bit more aggressive, right? And that kind of feeds through to the whole market, and that's where we get some momentum. The other thing that I would say is, as long as Apple holds above this support, which you can see is right down here, which is pretty clear, around 221, and Microsoft holds its support level. Whoops, sorry about that. And Microsoft holds its support, which you can see is also pretty well defined, down around there.
410, yeah.
The market should, the market will probably go sideways. So as long as we're above these 2 levels on Apple and Microsoft, and NVIDIA stays below that level we just talked about, I would assume we're just going to go sideways. Now, over the next couple of days or weeks, if NVIDIA doesn't break through and starts to reverse, and then this support of Microsoft and Apple starts to break, then I think we get a pretty meaningful sell-off. So
Okay. Pretty good stuff there. Also, one thing I wanted to mention, EA. Ticker EA. I traded this. I actually traded this. I know that this was one of your stock of the days off that 115 support. That was gorgeous, by the way. Hopefully somebody else took this. I'll tell you what, it's rare that a stock looks that clean, but we talked about this a number of times. I talked about this when you weren't here, Mark. I actually traded this twice. I traded the February 120 calls, sold and rolled into the 130 calls to keep exposure, and actually just closed those out yesterday too. So I'm all out this. This was a home run trade here. Props to you for bringing this one up here, 115.
Well, I would say this now, if NVIDIA starts to break that resistance, that's going to bring this up as well, because it's in the, it's going to bring the whole market up in the sector specifically. And there's a little bit of room here. This is a perfect example of what we call gaps refill, right? One of the main reasons why you get resistance in a market is because you have people that bought who are trying to sell, like we just talked about in Nvidia. People buy, like, just say theoretically, you buy something at 10 and it goes to 8, and you say, you know what, if it gets back to 10, I can sell at break even, I'm going to, right? So it's pretty easy to understand this dynamic. Now, if you take that times, the millions of people that are trading the stock, well, you can see how it can create a resistance level. But when you fall through a gap like this, in other words, we closed there and then the next day we opened there, there was no trading in this space here. This is why it shows up as a gap on a chart. Now, if there's no trading, there's no one who bought who's going to be trying to sell on the way back up. So a lot of times when you make a gap or you move really quickly through price levels going one way, and then you spend some time consolidating and reverse and get back to those same price levels going in the opposite direction, you make quick moves back through them. And this is where the saying, when gaps, gaps refill. So you can see the buyers come in and they have a hard time finding people to buy shares from. So they have to be willing to pay premiums. It's like an auction. I mean, it is an auction. And and that's what drives it up. So that's cool. So yeah, I mean, I would have to check on news if there's any upcoming news that might affect it, but my potential target here would be up a little bit further, around 139 or so. See if that gap closes. But if you're in the trade and you're still long, you can think about, what is your stop out strategy? Because if you did buy around where Ryan and I started talking about it, around 115, 120, now you're making money. You can think about, gee, maybe it doesn't get up to that level. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it rolls over and starts to head down. Well, this is where you use your trailing stop out strategy. You might say, all right, I bought it at 117. It's at 132. If it falls by $2, I'm going to sell. Say it gets to 130, so you sell. If it gets to 136 and it goes to 134, then you sell it. Don't worry about trying to get the exact top, but just worry about trying to make money. People, I think, get too caught up in getting the best price that they can. And it's, it's like a basketball game. The team that wins still misses some shots, right? No one's perfect.
That's actually a really good analogy, and I can't tell you how many times I've had an order sitting out there at exactly the right price I wanted, only to have it not filled by sometimes a matter of a nickel or something like that. By the way, here, folks, if the market does move down here on SPY, just full disclosure, if that ends up bringing EA down at all, might actually take a look at those 140 calls for March and see if we can't get the rest of that gap fill there on some weakness. S&P futures, or excuse me, SPY here at 605 and a half. So really, Mo, you had said it earlier, 1/10 really isn't much. Bingo, my man. Market not really reacting a whole lot here to that. So anyway, sorry, Mark.
Okay, no problem, man. All right. So this is something else that was our stock of the day the other day. And these patterns are kind of hard to identify. This is what you would call a flag or a pennant. And a lot of patterns, the most common patterns, the head and shoulders, the rounded top, reversal day, those are reversal patterns. Those suggest that a trend is reversing. A flag is a continuation pattern. A flag or a pennant, they're the same thing, is a continuation pattern. It suggests that the trend that was intact is going to resume. So think about the psychology behind this. You're, some big shot hedge fund trader, and you get, a lot of stock to buy here. You get 1 million shares to buy or whatever. And there's this aggressive buying and the thing gets really jacked up. And you tell yourself, maybe it's me who's buying, who's doing the really, putting a lot of pressure on this to go up, right? Maybe if I took a few days off and I stepped out of the market for a few days, the stock would come back in and I could finish my order at a lower price. So the aggressive buyers step out, and the sign of that is you get this decrease in volume. The volume is much less than it was during the move up, and that's because people are on the sidelines. A lot of people are taking a break. But then the people that are taking a break after a few days or a week or so say, it's not me. This stock is not falling down. I want to get back in there and finish my order. So they come back in and they start buying, and then the trend resumes. So that's your classic flag pattern, and you don't really see those too often. So that's why I wrote about that for the stock of the day.
Okay, that's awesome. This actually, You are showing a flag here, but one of a pattern that is similar to this, I like to call a floating island, right? You have a price. You just described how this is actually formed perfectly, right? The price pushes into a new area. Maybe those aggressive buyers either slow down or step out for a bit. The price of the stock actually comes in a little bit here. What I love about this is that it holds the bottom of that initial candle that has the gap. It doesn't break beneath it. And then lo and behold, what happens? Stock resolves higher. In my experience, this is 70+% in this formation. The stock resolving higher off of this. This is one of my favorite formations to play.
Yeah, I mean, it's already made a big move coming out of it. Another thing to look at here is it's got this kind of ascending triangle type pattern. Now, in the ascending triangle, what happens? The sellers hold their line here, but the buyers get more aggressive. In other words, the buyers are willing to pay higher prices.
Mm-hmm.
So when you see, and you know, I mean, is this a flag? Is this a ascending triangle pattern? Is it both? Who cares? The idea is that we're trying to look at what these graphical illustrations tell us about the buyers and the sellers. And this is telling us when the sellers are hanging out, but the buyers are getting more aggressive. You have a market where you have patient buyers and patient sellers and aggressive buyers. And regardless of what market it is, that sets the stage for a move higher because your buyers are aggressive and they're going to, be fighting and getting ahead of each other to get to the sellers, and then eventually when they take the sellers out, you get this big move higher like we had there. So yeah, so this one played out perfectly.
Yeah, punch up Palantir if you wouldn't mind. Ticker PLTR. It did something similar here, but it did it on an unreal compressed time frame. It popped one day. The very next day it came in a little bit, and then the day after it was like, nah, we're going to discover a price higher. Look at that move on Palantir.
Yeah. So when I see something like this, and I don't know fundamentals, and I mean that's not really my thing. I mean I understand them, but I'm just saying I don't know where their stock is going to be in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
But if I see something like this, you just got to start thinking. Was there news out, and if there was news, does it validate this company's valuation increasing 33% in 4 days? It's like, how could the value of a company increase 33% in 4 days? It's like, do they find like a treasure chest of gold buried in one of their factories? Or so when you see something like this, you kind of just, if you're long, you just stay with it. But I would just have this on the radar screen for a potential reversal. And maybe if we got back down to below around, look at that, see $100. This is a perfect example of people like nice round levels. So, if this gets back down, a lot of people are saying, oh, if Palantir gets to 100, I'm going to buy it. No one says if it gets to 98.64, I'm going to buy it. Or it gets to 101.20. They say if it gets to 100. Right. Now, if this support ends up breaking, then maybe we have an idea on the short side here, meaning buying puts, because you have the gap down here. Now, this is the opposite of the gap that we just looked at in EA. One of the main reasons why you get support is because you have remorseful sellers trying to buy shares back. If you close here and you open here the next day, there's no trading in here. So if there's no trading, there's no one who sold. So if we get back to these levels and start to go back through them in the opposite direction, there's a good chance it makes a rapid move because you're not going to have this big group of remorseful sellers trying to buy their shares back.
Okay. Good stuff there. By the way, while we're talking here, SPY and S&P futures turned green by the dippers. They're awake on this Friday, that's for sure. Bernhard saying, what happened? Did they find a treasure chest of gold or something? Nah, they just went to Oak Island and successfully dug up the treasure. That's funny, yeah. Bernhard. I can appreciate that because I watched that show. Anyway,
well, here's my take on Oak Island, right?
Oh, yes. I'm ready for this, man. I'm ready for this.
So say you're like the British Navy or whatever, and you had all this gold. Why would you bury it on an island? Like, why wouldn't you take it with you? Like, what good is it going to do? Like, oh, I'm back in London here, and I want to go out to a nice restaurant. It's like, oh, I got some gold buried over there in Newfoundland. I'll pay you like next week.
To avoid giving it to the king.
Why wouldn't you take the gold with you?
To avoid giving it to the king.
Well, that's true. But buried underground isn't really going to help you.
Yeah, and then booby trapping it with flood tunnels and all that seems like a lot of work, right? I'm with you on that part. I want to see how the story plays out. I really do. But in any case,
don't hold your breath.
I know. I actually, even if they don't find a treasure chest, just knowing what happened, I'll be happy. But that's just me.
I just finished watching Landman. That was really good.
Everyone has told me how great that is. Everyone has told me how great that is. I got to watch that.
Yeah, totally. All right, so let's see. All right, this is what was the one of the stock of the day. Now let's look at this in the context of the overall market, right? So I talked about how SoundHound is in this pretty well-defined range, right? This is what we call a trading range. There's support on the bottom and there's resistance on the top. Support's a large group of buyers. And sometimes when we get to the bottom of the range, some of the buyers are afraid that they're going to miss out. They know the sellers are going to go to whoever is willing to pay the highest price. So they increase the prices that they're willing to pay. Other concerned buyers see that and they do the same thing, and you get the snowball effect. So this is why you rally off of support, because the buyers are outbidding each other. Now, the opposite is resistance. This is a large group of sell orders. The reason why you sell off of support is because some of the sellers know the buyers are going to go to whoever's willing to sell at the lowest price. So they decrease the prices they're willing to sell at, and you get the snowball effect. So that's how you trade the range. Now, if those Apple and Microsoft levels hold and NVIDIA doesn't get above that resistance, this is probably going to continue to trade in the range. And that's where I would consider selling at the top. Now, another way to play a range is people wait for the breakout. Either you break out north or you break down south. If NVIDIA breaks that resistance and goes higher, that's probably going to make this break out. If NVIDIA doesn't break the resistance and Apple and Microsoft end up breaking that support, then that means this will probably break down. So you could watch those other stocks and get exposure here because this will probably move more. And part of being a good trader, you got to know all the strategies and this, that, and the other thing, but you got to know what's important at different times and what's important to watch. Like right now, NVIDIA is really important. If NVIDIA was range bound and the momentum was neutral, it wouldn't be an important thing to watch, in my opinion. But the fact that it's at a key level here, this makes it important. I mean, look at that. You don't need to be a chart guru to see how this stuff really should boggle people's minds, right? I mean, how is it that NVIDIA has the exact same valuation on December 17th as it does now? And how could it have made all these different moves and changes in here? And it's all because of psychology. Psychology is what moves the market, at least in the short term. And that's a really important thing to understand. And what's also important to understand is psychology is what makes these patterns form. The psychology of buyer's remorse made the support become resistance over here.
Spot on there. Spot on. So, okay. So you said you're watching NVIDIA for SoundHound. So what your thought here on SoundHound? The trade of the day is actually, or the stock of the day, excuse me. Are you trying to break out of that range?
Well, I'm just thinking that if NVIDIA breaks out, okay, of course you could buy NVIDIA, right? I mean,
Sure.
Of course. But if NVIDIA breaks out, that'll probably make other things break out, and SoundHound will probably move more because it's a more volatile stock. It has a higher beta. So you could potentially play the NVIDIA breakout over here in SoundHound. Now, if SoundHound breaks out, that's not necessarily going to make NVIDIA break out because SoundHound is a much smaller company, whereas NVIDIA is one of the top 3 companies in terms of market capitalization in the market. So in terms of the broader market, NVIDIA is much more important. So if NVIDIA breaks out, there's a good chance this gets pulled along with it. If this breaks out, I don't think it's necessarily going to make NVIDIA move, right? NVIDIA is a more important stock than SoundHound is.
Absolutely. And remember, the big catalyst that took SoundHound from that, mid 5 handle, 4 to 5 handle, up to this double-digit range that we're looking at now was the PR about the partnership with NVIDIA. So to your point, they actually have a working relationship with NVIDIA. I think you're spot on here. A breakout at NVIDIA is good for SoundHound. Conversely, I don't really think it matters. So, okay. Really good stuff. You got anything else for us on a Friday here?
Yeah, sure, man. And if anyone out there wants me to take a look at anything, just let me know.
Hey, there we go. Does anyone have a chart that you want to take a look at? Bobby is saying APPS. That was one of the smaller stocks there. Guys, I'm not going to ask Mark to take a look at MGOL. It's a penny stock. Let's focus on some of the bigger ones here.
Yeah, some of those, when you get to those like real penny stocks, the normal rules don't play. And when I'm talking about penny stocks, I mean like literally a penny stock.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you
Same.
know, like just say your friend calls you up and says, "Hey, you should buy this stock. You should put $1,000 into this stock. It's trading at 5 cents a share." And then you forget about it, and you go out to lunch, and you come back, and it's at 10 cents a share, and say, "Oh well, I'm going to just go buy it now." Right now, let's say it was at $5 a share, and you go out to lunch, and you come back, and it's at $10 a share. Most people would say, "You know what? I'm not going to pay a higher price. I'm not paying up." But it's the same in terms of percentages and so forth. It's the same exact thing. But people just think differently when it comes to those real penny stocks. But now I don't know this stock here, Digital Turbine, but my initial reaction would be, where is my horizontal rate? There we go. Look at where yesterday's rally ended.
Yep.
Okay. So it didn't just, and it looks like today it's down, it's trading down a little bit in the pre-market, if I'm correct. So say I was lucky enough to be in this yesterday and I bought it here, right? What would have been my targets? Well, former tops and former bottoms. So sometimes there's resistance at a former top because there's going to be people who it's buyer's remorse, but manifested in a different way. There's people that bought at the peak that are going to be trying to get out when we get back there. So that would have been kind of my initial target. So if we got there and it looked like we were going to break through, my next target would have been up here. And that's probably where I would have got. I mean, if I was a day trader, I would have closed it out right at the close. So I probably would have closed it out towards the top of the day. But the point is I'm not bragging or anything like that. I'm just letting the market tell me what to do. And as we talked about before with NVIDIA, it's the same thing. People buy here and they regret buying. And when it gets back to their price, they tell themselves, if I get out at break even, I'm going to. So we see the same patterns on charts of different things because we're not really looking at the thing, the stock. We're looking at the psychology of the people that are doing the trading. So whether it's a crypto, a currency, a commodity, a bond, an ETF, the same rules all apply. I mean, if I look down here, you can see, look at that. What was resistance here became support over here. This is our seller's remorse. People sell, and when it first went lower, they're like, "Oh, I'm great. This is easy. I'm going to make a lot of money." But then it goes higher, and a lot of them tell themselves, I made a mistake. If this thing comes back to the price I sold at, I'm buying my shares back. So if you have enough remorseful sellers placing buy orders at the level that was resistance, it can become support. So this would be the opposite thing. All right, I'm on the short side here. I own puts, this going lower. What would be my target? Oh, look at that, a former peak. That's where my target's going to be. And that's precisely where we found a bottom.
Okay. I got another one here that the chat wanted to see, BBAI. This is one we've been following for a number of times here. This should have a pretty good chart. I'm curious to see what you see in that chart. This, by the way, possible Palantir competitor.
Yeah, now when I look at this, I'm thinking that this looks like it's reversing. Okay. And I mean, first of all, you don't even need to see that it's overbought, but let me just put in the Bollinger Bands anyway, so we could talk about a potential trade entry strategy here. I don't know if there's puts on this, and this is not a recommendation. It's just thoughts on how I might look at it.
There is an option chain, and it's pretty liquid.
Okay, cool. All right, now what I think is important to think about here is that we got this big blast off, and then yesterday we opened up here. So it looked like it was going to be another up day. And as a matter of fact, we got all the way up to around $7.80. But what happened by the close? By the close, the sellers pushed it all the way back down. And importantly, through the prior day's closing price, because remember, most volume trades on the open and the close. So by definition, there should be a little bit of support there. But we just seemingly went right through it. So the fact that we closed well off of the highs and well off of where we opened tells me that maybe the sellers now are starting to overpower the buyers. And it looks like this morning it's up fractionally. But just because something's overbought doesn't mean that it's time to get in. It could keep going up. I could be completely wrong. But a potential trigger, in other words, this stock is what I would call set up. When something's set up, it looks like it's going to move imminently. I mean, if something is in the middle of a range and the momentum is neutral, it's not set up. But something's really overbought, well, there's a good chance that it reverses. Now, this red line here is a Bollinger Band. This is 2 standard deviations above the 20-day moving average. And according to statistics, 95% of trading should be within 2 standard deviations. So the fact that this has exceeded this threshold tells us we're overbought. So a potential trigger to say, all right, I'm going out to buy puts, is if it closes back below this red line. Or if you're more aggressive, maybe just if it gets across the red line during intraday trading. But if I was like a swing trader, I would say this is on the radar screen. If it closes below this Bollinger Band, that tells me that there's a good chance that the reversion I was anticipating is actually underway. It'll give me more conviction. See, I'm not trying to pick the exact top because no one can do that.
Right.
But if you wait for the reversal to actually start, I think it puts the odds much more in your favor of making a profitable trade.
Okay, awesome. Can you flip over just to the monthly chart here real quick?
Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
Let me get rid of the Bollinger Bands. Yeah, so now from this perspective, it looks like it's kind of turning over. But an interesting thing about trading is when you look at pattern or charts of different time frames, you see the same patterns. And the reason why is because you're viewing the psychology of people that have different time horizons. In other words, you could see a double top that happened, let me just bring up CVS here because this is a good example of this, of a stock that has market memory. And then we could look at some more. If we look at the 5-year chart here, I mean, like, look at this, right? You get these double tops. This is December of 18. This is January of 20. This is the psychology of people that are maybe your buy and hold investors, right? Long term. They experience the same emotions as short-term traders. March 19, you get support. February of 20. So that's over a year later. Here you get, support from May of 23 throughout November of 23, and then it becomes resistance in September of 24. Now let's look at the 1-year chart.
And those are still weekly candles, by the way.
Yeah, that's what's wrong. Now let's look at this here. You could see some of the same dynamics, right? What was support here becomes support again, right? Now let's look at the 1-day chart, just yesterday's trading. 1 day, there we go. Let's see if we can see some of the same stuff. Yeah, now you can see some of the same stuff, right? What was resistance here became resistance here, the old double top. So just like we saw the double top that happened over, 2 years, here's one that happened over at 10:30 and at 3:15. Here we're looking at the psychology of people that are short-term traders, the day traders. I mean, what was support here became resistance there.
Yep.
And then it became support here. And then where did it close? Right at support. So this is the psychology of the people that are the short-term traders, the day traders. If we look at a long-term chart, a 5-year chart, we're looking at the psychology of the people that are the buy and hold investors. And to me, this is one of the most fascinating things about charting is what I call the fractal nature. You see the same patterns on different time horizons because different time frames, because regardless of what your trading style is, whether you're a swing trader, day trader, or long-term buy and hold investor, people experience the same emotions. And if you look at a chart the right way, that's what you should be looking at.
Okay. You want to do one more? Do you have time for another one here?
I got all morning, man.
Oh man, you shouldn't have told the chat that. Now I'm in big trouble. Okay. All right. Let's take a look here. CRWD. Let's take a look at CrowdStrike. That was one that folks wanted to take a look at earlier.
Yeah. And I've written about this one before. Not frequently, but a few weeks ago. Let's take a look here.
Again, weekly candles. See, that's why I don't like that chart switcher on the bottom left there, because it mixes up all those candles. But whatever, you got it.
All right. So now we're in months. We're going to go to year, weeks. I'll figure this out 1 day. There we go.
There you go. You got it.
All right. Now Okay, so this is an interesting chart because this is kind of related loosely to the head and shoulders pattern, right? Now let's talk about that. So like everyone's favorite pattern, but a lot of people don't really understand it. Well, when a market is moving higher, you get a lot of seller's remorse. People sell, and then the price eventually goes higher, and it's like, all right, well that makes sense. That's what happens in an up market. So resistance becomes support. Resistance over here becomes support. You know, I mean, you can. It's not as clearly defined, but resistance over here becomes support. Resistance here became support. Now, let's just pretend, or let's just assume that, well, we follow the sequence where levels that were peaks converted into support. This was a peak right here. Now, let's just say that theoretically, the stock starts to go lower and it goes like that. Well, what has happened? The level that should have become support didn't. Okay. And then the next move is just say we bounce back off of that and we get to there. And then we don't get through that level again, the level that had been resistance. Well, there's your head and shoulders pattern. So the head and shoulders pattern, to me, it's a graphical illustration that shows you, okay, what was resistance has stopped becoming support. This is a characteristic of a market top when that isn't going on anymore. In other words, the left shoulder did not become support. And then when the market rallies a little bit, the right shoulder forms at a lower price than the head. So you're looking for two things. Resistance has stopped becoming support and we have a lower high. When the peak forms at a lower price than the peak before it, we call that a lower high. And this tells us that sellers are coming more aggressive. They're willing to sell at lower prices. They're coming into the market at lower prices. So the head and shoulders to me is two things. It illustrates resistance is not becoming support anymore, and it shows that there's a lower high because the right shoulder is lower than the head. So that's how I would look at that.
Okay.
But if I was long it, I would stay long it as long as it's above 408-ish, you know.
Okay, one more for you here. Let's do RCAT real quick. That is a show favorite. This was at one point a penny stock. Now is actually looks to be somewhat real and is involved in the drone theme. Romeo Charlie Alpha Tango.
Red Cat Holdings. All right. Now, some people might say that it could end up being the head and shoulders pattern, but I don't think it would be like a textbook one. But what to watch here is I would be looking to see, like if I was long this, I would stay along this. But if we started to roll over, then I would consider getting out of my position. And the reason why is because just like we saw with the head and shoulder, if we get a lower high, in other words, the peak forms at a lower level than the prior peak, well, then that tells us that the sellers are coming in at lower prices. So I would be looking here for if this thing starts to reverse, I would think that that would be a sign of weakness. Other things to look at here would be if it keeps rallying, there's a good chance there's going to be resistance at this former peak. Because remember what we talked about, buyer's remorse. There's people who bought shares up here who are watching this saying, if this ever gets up to my level here around 14 and a quarter or whatever, I'm going to get out at break even. So there tends to be resistance at former resistance levels. So that's one thing to be aware. Now, if it goes south, where do you think about buying it? Well, I know, this stuff seems kind of simple, but it's really most people overestimate or overthink the market. I mean,
I
you tend
agree.
to get resistance at former resistance levels because of buyer's remorse. And down here, people sell at the bottom and then it goes higher. And they're like, oh, I made a mistake. If it ever gets back to my price, I'm going to buy my shares back. So you tend to get support at levels that had been support because of seller's remorse. So buyer's remorse can keep resistance intact. Seller's remorse can keep support intact. So
Okay.
that's probably not as precise of a answer as you were looking for, but
Hey,
kind of just improvising here.
We've got you on bonus time right now. We just ran through a whole bunch of tickers. There's no problem at all. That's really awesome. Okay, really good stuff. Mark, cannot thank you enough again and again. Really thank you for the extra time here. Hope we get a good game this weekend, and just like you, man, fly Eagles fly. I hope we get something new.
If I make it till the end and I'm not sleeping, I guess I'll consider that a win.
And you know what? That's also kind of an unpopular opinion. I think I'm going to make it to the end, but I am so trained to going to sleep early and waking up at 4:45 in the morning. I'm with you on that. Okay, Mark, one
thanks,
day
everyone.
closer to golf season.
Okay, man.
Have a good weekend. We'll check in with you next week.
All right, I'll see you then. Thank you.
All right, that is Mark Petrino, folks. Really good stuff there. Broke down a lot. We had a lot of extra tickers to go over there. Appreciate all of you. Mark is awesome. We're lucky to have him, and appreciate you folks interacting with that. We will continue to take a look at some charts next week. Now, Mark's departure leaves room for our man 13. Happy Friday, dude.
Oh,
how are you doing
right?
today?
It is Friday, and I'm ready to have this week be over.
Yeah, it's been a good week, frankly.
Yeah, it has.
But
it feels like it's been a long week.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm ready for it to be over. I'm ready for the Super Bowl. I really am. I'm ready. So, okay, I had the BBAI chart up here. I did run through pretty much all of the news here. The only news story I had was a kind of a generic Super Bowl story. We're going to talk about that anyway, so no worries there. 13, where do you want to go? Do you want to talk about any of the bigger stocks here? Do you want to talk about the report? Looks like, by the way, the market here is resolved higher after pulling. S&P futures here up 0.04%. So we actually reversed the down move that we had started to put in. Where do you want to start, 13? Call the ball.
Let's just get some of these movers out of the way. I was too into getting involved with Mark Bazan, so I only have a couple here that I looked at, but one of them is actually on the move right now. Let me take a look at the other one. See how. I'm
actually glad that you said that here real quick, because I was pretty excited when we started that, and obviously the chat was loving it, and they just kept suggesting tickers, and I was like, well, I'm going to ask Mark if he's got some extra time, and sure enough, I did, and we used it. So I'm with you on that one. Totally get it. But what do you got here? What's the first one you want to take a look at?
CDT. This is
Conduit Pharmaceuticals.
Yep. This one, it was looking like it was getting ready to try and retake VWAP. Hasn't happened yet. The other one, CYTH. That one looks like this is about ready to blast off. So keep an eye on that one. But CDT, this is moving because they reported a phase 1 milestone in their collaboration with Sarbog Limited. So the thing that concerns me about this is not just that they have no cash and no income, but they did do a filing not that long ago on February 5th to sell 5.9 million shares of common stock. They could execute that today. They just did a 1-for-100 reverse split on the 27th of January. So they are just going through all the different steps to regain compliance, if that's the situation that they're in. I haven't seen if they were falling out of compliance or not. But being that their price is very low, they just did a huge reverse split to make their share structure a little bit easier to trade. But the fact that they don't have any cash and they don't have any income, and they had this filing, they could execute that as early as today if they get some good movement out of the stock. So that's what I'd be careful about, is them potentially raising capital intra-session. So if we're going to trade this one, maybe have some trailing stops or some stops set. So if that happens while you're in the middle of a trade, you don't get completely obliterated.
Okay, that 13, I think that is awesome. That is a great outlook on this stock here. By the way, stock is currently trying to find some support here at the 15 EMA. That's on your 5-minute. The other thing here, this stock was down almost about 18.5% yesterday, and now it's up 67% here today. You did a really good job outlining the filing. Good stuff here. CDT on the radar, but be careful and be ready for what's about to happen. Or for what could happen, I suppose.
Well, for what could happen. Now, the next one that I was looking at, and this is the only other one I took a look at today, This was Cyclotherapeutics. That's CYTH.
Okay, CYTH, really quickly here. Cyclotherapeutic shares trading higher after the company announced the presentation of data from its ongoing pivotal phase 3 global study evaluating one of its drugs for Niemann-Pick disease. I'm sure you're going to dive into that a little bit. Quick look here, short interest, 0.5%, 2 days to cover. That's pretty much nothing. That could get soaked up here easily, especially with the print. Float here, 28.77 million. So stocks up 75% here at 13. This was a penny stock yesterday. What do you make of this?
A little bit heavier on the float, but still tradable. Yeah. I didn't look into exactly what Niemann-Pick disease is, but I did take a look at the company's website to see if I could get an idea on what their pipeline's like and how much time left they have in this current phase 3 before they announce results. Couldn't get a lot of information out of there. They also have an ongoing phase 2 study with for an Alzheimer's drug, so we might also get some headlines out of this company on that front as well. So something else to keep an eye on. But this company has no cash, and they're going to need to raise it. I haven't seen any filings as to when they might be doing that, but always a possibility they may just surprise us with one. But I think there's more of a risk with CDT than there is with this one. Still, you don't want to be holding any companies that don't have cash or cash flow, or a substantial amount of holdings or short-term investments that they can convert to cash. So with that being said, be careful with this one as well. This is going to be it's really setting up to try and take out that 150 area as it slowly makes its way up. So as we approach the open, this could be one that pops out of the gate. We'll just have to wait and see if that's the case. We are still holding above the VWAP after we came down and bounced right off it. So this could get going here in pretty short order. Just keep an eye on this one and see if you're pre-market trading, best of luck to you. I hope it works out, but I'm going to wait for the regular session for this one.
Okay, really good stuff. And 13, just to kind of add to that real quick here, Niemann-Pick disease is a group of rare conditions passed down in families. The conditions affect the body's ability to break down and use fats, such as cholesterol and lipids, inside cells. Because of the buildup of fats, these cells don't work as they should, and over time, the cells die. Niemann-Pick disease can affect the brain, nerves, liver, spleen, and bone marrow. Sometimes it can also affect the lungs. So that actually sounds pretty...
I don't want it.
That sounds pretty serious. I don't want that either.
I don't want anybody to have that. It sounds awful.
Yeah, no, you're. I should have said that. Hats off to you. I don't want anyone else to have that either. Okay, let's keep rolling here. Ken, I'm sorry, dude. We actually just broke down BBAI. I'm sure we'll look at it again. We're going to keep rolling through some of these other stocks here. We literally just had Mark break that down for us. Next one here is going to be ticker PINS. This is Pinterest. This doing the opposite of what Snap did. Pinterest shares trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q4 revenue results and issued Q1 revenue guidance with its midpoint above estimates. Pinterest doing a really good job. This is holding 20.5% higher. I'll be honest with you, when it comes to some of these social media companies, the one that seems to surprise me the most in terms of its action is Pinterest. And that might just be because I'm ignorant and I don't really understand. I don't really understand why or how this company really works and makes money. I got to be honest with you. I don't get the allure of Pinterest. If someone wants to explain it to me, I'd love to hear it.
I could take a stab at it because I think the big thing when it comes to Pinterest is their audience, who their brand is for. Because when I think about what Pinterest does, and this is like an idea generation app, you have a lot of how-to videos, a lot of do-it-yourselfs. So I don't know of very many other apps that are totally just that. I think Pinterest is the one. So they may have a strong foothold in that particular space of social media, but they also do really well with what they're with their target audience. So I think that has a lot to do with the success that Pins has.
Okay. Well, report here looks like it's a mixed report here, right? They missed on the EPS. They beat on the revenue. That beat was pretty small. They see Q1 revenue 837 million to 852 million. The estimate was for 832. I think I said that number wrong. The number is 837 to 852. The estimate was 832. There we go. That's what I screwed up. So it was a guide higher. The low end of the guide is above, significantly, frankly, above the actual estimate there. So the good guidance there overshadows the mixed results. And then this morning, we actually had a number of price target adjustments here. Citi went from 44 to 47. Barclays went from 36 to 42. Wells Fargo went from 39 to 47. KeyBank went from 37 to 46. And Stifel went from 45 to 50. Oppenheimer 40 to 50. And Baird 35 to 42. So tons of upgrades across the board. Boy, Wedbush 38 to 46. Cowen 38 to 46.
And I think that there's a big point to make here about the strength of the guidance, because when you look at their earnings, they had a pretty good miss on EPS, but this is a one of their better revenue beats, the best one they've had in the past few quarters. So the guidance is the most important part here, because they did do guide much higher than what the expectation was. By the way, CYTH, that's still moving up here. We could see a break in the not too distant future.
150, one of those spots you want to be aware of. Nick here saying behind Instagram, Pinterest is probably the most visual of the socials too. Nick, I think you're right on that. It's pretty much just pictures or centers around that.
I have to mention, because it hasn't loaded for me since I got on here, but I cannot see anybody's chat. So if you see somebody fielding me a question, just
really? Boy, I'll tell you what, your Restream has pinpointed you as somebody that it wants to give some trouble to.
Yeah.
What is going on?
I looked around. Restream has a ton of problems, but you don't need to get into that. What do you guys want to look at? You'll have to tell me what the.
I got you. I got your back. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that at all. All right. We can keep going down the list of movers here if you want. Let's see. We got 14 minutes. I think there were two chatters asking about these next two, so we might as well take a look at them together here. It's okay if you didn't cover it. First one here is going to be TNXP. This is Tonix Pharmaceuticals. Now we should what?
I said,
you okay?
No, I said,
okay. We should all be familiar with this one because this was a penny stock for the longest time, and this group here traded it. We covered press releases on it. We covered movement on it. TNXP has been one that this show is familiar with. Now, since the last time that we really talked about this one, this was a penny stock. This went through a reverse split. We'll talk about that here in a sec. Tonix Pharmaceutical shares are trading higher after the company provided preliminary Q4 financial results. So the volume actually looks pretty good here. Preliminary financials. Sorry?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Wasn't this on our list yesterday?
Yes, we had a PR Thursday announces top line results for phase 1 trial of one of its drugs. The kidney transplant dosing plan.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I was.
Yep, all good. Preliminary financials: $98.9 million in cash and cash equivalents as of December 31st, 2024. Revenue hits $10.1 million versus $7.8 million year over year. So they're coming out here. They're giving you some preliminary results. It's causing the stock to pop 19% here. We talked about that reverse split. 13 just talked about the catalyst that we had yesterday. This is calendar splits. The 1 for 100 reverse split happened on February 5th, 2 days ago. 2 days ago. So I know we just had this thing yesterday, or we just had a PR here yesterday. We're getting some preliminary financial results. You know what? If the skeptic in you wants to think about the preliminary results, remember, we got that on EA. That sold off. What happened when we got the actual results? It traded up. TNXP, is it the opposite of that? That we're getting the preliminary results trading up, and then when we get the actual results, we trade down? We'll have to wait and see, but this is what's going on here today.
I'm trying to think of another company that we recently just saw them announce preliminary results, and then when they actually announced their actual results, it was more of a muted move because the move had already been baked in. I'm trying to think of what that was. I thought it was a tech company. Was it
SMCI? Because they
haven't reported.
Yeah, but I could have sworn that they had that short report, and then they did they like came out and said some stuff. But you're right. Maybe it wasn't SMCI. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. 13. I can't place the ticker. Help us out, chat.
But anyway, so. The interesting thing here about this is that they did do a reverse split on the 5th earlier this week. So that was a.
Yeah.
Well, let me grab what that metric was. Oops, wrong thing there. They did a 1-for-100 reverse split. That was on February 5th. So, and according to them, they don't seem to need to raise any capital because they say they have almost 100 million in cash and equivalents. So that should, we're not seeing that on the balance sheet because that's what we're going to likely see on their upcoming financial results here, their ER. So that'll be something to wait for. But it doesn't seem like there's any real risk of them needing to raise capital if they are saying that they have that much cash on hand. So I'd still, keep your head on a swivel. Because these clinical trials they can be expensive, so they might say that, oh yeah, we're really good, so we're swimming in cash and everything's great, and then they do another offering just to cushion themselves. A little bit of short interest, 8.5%, only one day to cover. Not really thinking that's going to be too much of an impact, but that reverse split, I think that's because I think the float is still not adjusted yet because it still says it's 186 million shares. If that's correct or if that just hasn't been updated.
What the float here?
Mm-hmm.
I think that
it's not updated because I see.
No, yeah, you can check in the short interest. Yep.
Yeah, it's 5.6 million now.
Okay, so there you go. And real quick here, David with some more stat. That's heads up to think about that. 13. David doing the same thing. TNXP was 42 cents when the split was announced. It was 15 cents when the split happened. That is being cut in half. That is cut in half. Being cut in half more than. How do you say that?
Halved.
Yeah, it was more than that. That's what I'm trying to say. It was more than halved. There we go. Thank you, 13. So 15.20 on the split 2 days ago. So there you go. It's actually down 2 points, split adjusted. David, this is really good stuff. Appreciate you doing the legwork on the calculations there. I love the comment from Roaring Mouse earlier. TNXP on its way to being a penny stock again. Do we have another Mullen in the house, Roaring Mouse?
And it could eventually do that, but I think you see some more movement to the upside first. It looks like it's setting up to make a move as well. I also have a trend line here. You could probably draw it on the daily as well. That would be great if we ended up getting that 5. It'd be like that high up. It'd be a 2x, but I don't think that's what we're going to get.
Is it from the Deck 17?
Yes, sir.
Through the Jan 28 high?
Yes, sir. That's the trend line I drew. I think I drew it yesterday just to see if we would even, just I saw it, but that would be an interesting trend line to get up to. But like I said, it's a 2x from here. Don't know if we'll see that.
Okay. Good stuff. TNXP. There we go. The other one that I wanted to mention here, it was this one. It was LTRY, mostly because we talked about this yesterday. You guys were coming up with all the crispy lottery jokes, taking trades for lottery this, lottery that. Well, here we are again. LTRY, this actually did ramp a little bit in the after hours yesterday. It's holding higher here, plus 18.5% this morning. We are beneath the VWAP, but we're only, am I correct on that? Excuse me. VWAP here, 179, current price 167. We'll see if we can end up popping through that VWAP. Also, good morning, Jay Rice. GoPro. Okay, this is about the reverse splits here, Jay Rice. Well, GoPro and Nikola were once $100 stocks. Reverse splits. How about that? Jay, take a look. Your little guy graph. This actually traded higher on that earnings print, 175. Looks like that those earnings are out here. Adjusted EPS misses the estimate. Sales beat the estimate there. We'll see how EAF, your little guy, trades here post earnings. It looks like that initial reaction was a little bit higher here, EAF. Okay, Jay Harris saying, Ryan, so is EA looking to drop more? So again, that was another one. And folks, remember, Mark Petrino actually gave us EA. I know I was trading this and I was updating you on the trades, but remember, we had Mark Petrino on several weeks ago and he had outlined that 115 spot. I was extremely pleased to see him go back to that chart. He had no idea I was going to mention it to him. He went back to the chart and it was literally, that level was sitting there like a buy zone, like just incredible. So question here, Is EA looking to drop more? Well, remember, one of the things we were just talking about, Mark, is that this gap actually can fill up towards 142. Actually thinks there might be some more room here on 142. We also have the 200-day moving average there, 143.5. So I'm all out of this. I ended up closing out my position yesterday. I mean, I made several sales on this, 100% on the first one, sold and rolled, 100% again, and then 125% after that. So I absolutely smoked this trade. Here's how I'm going to look at this going forward here. If we pull back here, but still kind of hold this 20-day, meaning if we don't really pull back, we just kind of pull back here a little bit and hold, and this volume doesn't turn to just massive selling volume, I think I'm going to reload 140 calls here for March. And I think I'm going to try to expose myself to the exact same trade we were just trying to capture by selecting the 140 calls instead of the 130 calls that I was just trading. We're basically using profits from the previous trade and then rolling some of that forward into a different option contract. And so this is kind of how I would trade this. Now, when we first talked about this, or we were asking Mark about this, this was right after we got the non-farm payroll print here, and the SPY was sinking. Since then, SPY has reversed. In fact, the entire market has reversed. NASDAQ did the same thing, so did the Dow, and they've gone higher. So I'm not sure if we're going to get a pullback here in EA. I'm not going to chase this higher here because I've already booked a whole bunch of gains on this. But if this comes back in and holds, I'm especially looking at that 130 level. Look to add here March 140 calls.
Keep an eye on Bitcoin. I'm looking at the 5-minute right now, and we popped up to 100,000 and put in a reversal candle in the 5 minutes. So we could be coming back in here, and it looks like we're already starting to do that. So keep an eye on Bitcoin.
Okay, so here is your Bitcoin. Here's your 5-minute chart. There's your reversal candle. Whim, bam, boom. 13. There you go. Great call.
So we'll see what we get out of that.
Okay.
What else do you want to look at? You'll have to tell me. I can't see the chat.
Yeah, it's okay. That's so weird. Maybe we'll try and wonder if
I'll come in here next week and try.
I wonder if just leaving and coming back is enough to load the chat element. But whatever. Yeah. I'm here to help you, so don't worry about that.
No, well, we're gonna plow forward today. No interruptions.
Okay. Really quickly though, since you can't see the chat, when you were asking about that stock that had pre-announced, Nomad was asking if it was DBGI and Digital Brands. That ticker, that ticker sounds familiar, but I don't think so.
No, this one.
No, this is not the one. I think you're talking about the print here we got from December 17th. No, this is not the one.
It was a bigger stock.
And you're sure it's not EA?
I'm pretty sure it's not EA.
Okay.
I mean, did they release preliminary?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they released preliminary. The stock got absolutely pounded. Then it did a masterful hold of 115. We talked about that with Tom in the happy hour. We talked about that with Mark for stock of the day, and then I traded it multiple times.
So if the preliminary report it went down on, then it's not the one, because the preliminary report of the stock that I'm thinking of, and I can't think of the name. It went up on the preliminary report.
Okay.
And then it had a muted reaction to the ER.
Okay, so it was the opposite. Someone is asking if Oklo got delisted.
Doesn't look that way to me.
As a matter of fact, it did not. Board transition following Chris Wright's confirmation as the Secretary of Energy. Price target raised to 58 from 27. That's a B. Riley price target. So keep that in mind. This was news from yesterday, folks. This was news from yesterday. Was it Lulu? There's a stock that we haven't talked about in a long time. Well, let's see. You know what? When were those last earnings on Lulu? Because this is one that we cover. Last earnings was December 5th.
Oh, it was this year. It was in January.
Okay, so it wasn't Lulu either. But now that I'm looking at this chart here, Lulu sure looks like this wants to take 420 out to the upside. We have a gap fill up to 471 if that happens.
Yeah, so even though it wasn't this one, that was a great mention, because now look at us crazy about it.
Sure is. I'll tell you what. I'll make a commitment right now. I'll make a commitment right now. We break 420 here. If I am not dumb enough to forget to trade it, or if I'm hopefully not busy doing something else, I'm going to try and trade this on an upside break of 420. 420 wisdom. Where you at? Wake up. What's that?
You gotta love this chart because you have your floating island there.
Bingo. And here's the thing: if we close that gap up to 470, and I trade this from 420, I'll make you a deal. I will buy more Lululemon stuff off their website.
You gonna wear it on the stream?
What's that?
You gonna wear it on the stream?
Sure.
All right.
Sure. I mean, I'm not going to do like any type of runway stuff here. I'm not trying to scare away our viewership, but I will absolutely wear it here. Okay. But you guys are mentioning farm. That was on the movers list. I know we kind of moved away from the movers list here, right ahead of farm. This is Farmer Brothers. Nice little formation here in the pre-market. Farmer Brothers shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q2 EPS results. Looks like they had a 1 cent EPS that beat the 6 cent loss. Okay. Sales here, 90 million, missed the 91.16. So a mixed report there. We're open. This stock's up 33%.
And this went right to the 200-day SMA. And now we are overbought on the RSI. All right. Let's see what these movers are doing. All right. Looks like CDT trying to make that move to VWAP. CYTH couldn't break that pre-market high of 152. So now we're looking a little weak out of the gate here, but still above VWAP. I have that at 128. Let's see if we hold. Coming right down to it. Has to hold here, or if it does print below it needs to recapture. MACD looked like it's rolling over, so we might not get that hold at VWAP. Dang. I had a limit order out for some other stock we talked about last night.
Which one?
I wanted to try to get into TELO.
Oh yeah, me too. You want to talk about that? Let's give that thesis here. Let's bring that thesis from happy hour to what do you call it? To pre-market playbook. Good Lord.
So we were talking about some health and longevity plays, decrease in aging, things like that. And I'm not a scientist, so I'm probably going to say a lot of wrong things here, but telomeres are these parts of chromosomes that degrade every time that they multiply. So that essentially is kind of like a biological clock that leads to aging. The telomeres get shorter every time, so it leads to degeneration of the cells. That's why you get old age. So telomere pharmaceuticals is looking to reverse that by I don't know the process, but they're focused on that particular part of chromosomes to see if they can extend the life of folks through anti-aging. That's my understanding of what TELO does. It's at a really interesting spot on the chart. So I thought I'd try and just get a handful of shares now and maybe add to it later. But I think this could be a really good one in the future. And I don't know how far out that is, but I don't know of very many other companies that are focused on this part of the chromosome. That is, it seems to be pretty crucial to the aging, part of human beings.
Okay, real quick here. I see a number of you guys saying that we're open. Guys, we know. Are you guys delayed on the stream? Is something wrong with the stream? We're aware that we're open and we're looking at stuff here. So I'm sorry if there's some type of stream issue there. You'll have to let us know. And for heaven's sakes, CLSK, can you not move around so I can click on it? CLSK, big rip. You guys were doing a really good job talking about this one out of the gate here. Kevin, Jonathan, ripping out of the gate.
Look at Farmer Brothers that you were just mentioning. After that, we opened. We were trying to get over the 200-day SMA, and then we just had a big old move close to the 500. So that was nice.
Ryan here saying telomeres much longer in those who exercise regularly.
Yep.
Boom. Glad I'm a part of that cohort. I'm also trying to fill some shares there on telomere, by the way. Open trade on that. Farm continuing to rip here. It's got some highs here out of the gate. Amazon, by the way, which we talked about. Trading back up here. Actually, you know what? God, we take some at 233 here on Amazon.
280 could be a bit of a resistance area in Farmer Brothers, FARM. So CDT and CYTH both pulling out of the gate here. TNXP also trying to trade beneath its VWAP. MACD looks like that wants to roll over too. Just Not really seeing a whole lot of good stuff. I mean, BBAI that dropped out of the open, and then it's picking back up. So same levels as before, 680, 715. I guess we could probably add like 755, 750 up in there as well, since that's where we were kind of getting some resistance intraday yesterday, but also $8. So those are still levels that I'm looking at here for BBAI, and Farm Brothers just hit the 500-day SMA.
Okay, BBAI looks like it's actually trying to take out 7 as we speak here. We'll see if we end up getting that. You guys are mentioning Amazon here. Also, I saw Chris longing Boeing. Staff Sergeant Ryan is going to love that. Long Boeing from 185.49, looking for 188.31. Good stuff there, Chris. Very specific. I am still long my Boeing call position that we took earlier. Izzy, no surprise. Izzy's already hitting Amazon. 2 for 2 here on AMZN. Come into 233. Come into 233 and fill me.
Haven't broken down in Farm after hitting the 500-day SMA. It looks like it wants to push higher. It's going a little bit higher there. Now, if this continues to move up, I would maybe think that 3 is going to be a selling area, as it has been, as it was last year, coming off of bottoms in July and August. We came up to the $3 area and saw a lot of selling, so we could see more selling there as well.
Okay, good stuff there on Farm. Uber ripping out of the gate. Izzy doing it. Ryan, I'm still holding 2 long and strong on Boeing. Let's print 200 on Boeing, and then we'll talk about maybe booking some gains. Let's print 200. Get those calls fired up. 13, Jacob is asking you about Serve, ticker SERV, Serve Robotics, ripping out of the gate here. Wow, what a move on volume here. I actually didn't see any news there on Serve. So this plus 10% out of the gate here.
So wait, because I saw BBA on there. Am I being asked about Serve or BBA?
You're being asked about Serve.
Okay. Let me see here. Take a look at a chart. Well, nice thing. I think I mentioned this yesterday, that it was trying to recapture the 20-day SMA. It's done that today. So that's a big level it needed to get back over, because if you look at the price action over the past couple of weeks, it lost the 20-day SMA after using it as support. Spent some time trying to get back above it. Now, if we close above it, that would be a good sign that we can go higher. I would think that you're going to see more resistance closer to 20, because when I look at the chart here and I see that the price action over January had a hard time even getting up to 20, and once it did, it was a really big sell area. Only one day did we actually close above 20, and that was January 6th. And then since then, we have not been able to get back above and close that. So there's a couple of resistance levels there for you for SERB. You have 20, and 20 as a resistance, and then the 20-day SMA is support.
Okay, good stuff there on Serve. Great breakdown there, 13. Doing it under pressure here too. Unable to see the chat, and he's still out here getting it done. I absolutely love it.
Can't see chat, I can see charts.
Well, you know what? That's probably more important here. Ivan saying, Ryan, I'll enter that 1:30 call with you on EA so I can blame you or praise you. Okay, that makes sense. Just to be clear, though, I was talking about on the pullback that we're getting here. I wasn't talking about adding the 1:30 call. I talked about adding the 1:40 call. And actually, let me take a look at the EA option chain while we're doing this here. The March 1:40 call, those are $1 ask. $1 ask. Those are cheap. You know what? Now that we're talking about this, CDT, I might get on the bid right now.
CDT breaking over VWAP. Looking
Let me put that on screen here while I figure this out. Great stuff on this for those of you that are on CDT.
TNXP that popped up to 1525. Farm pulling down to VWAP. So that 500-day SMA, that was the resistance for now. If we hold here, we'll be looking for another attempt to push through the 500-day SMA and try it for 3. Looks like lottery's coming in. Looks like CYTH still looks like that's going to come in some more. And then BBAI, I was also mentioning about those different levels that to watch for. We actually ran up to 713, so almost got to that 715 area. We're not done yet. It looks like we could try and hit that 715 area again and maybe even push through it. pre-market high for today is going to be 720, so just above that level I mentioned.
Shoot, which stock? I missed it. You went way too fast for me.
BBAI.
BBAI. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cyril, FMCI or FMC dumping. Look, I took the loss on that yesterday. Just straight up. I was trying to wait that out. Can't take the loss. Just a big miss.
Here we go. BBAI through the pre-market high now. Looking for probably 750, 755 next. On its way up to 8.
Okay. Really good stuff there, BBAI. John is asking, can you ask 13 why he said there would be resistance at 280 on farm?
At 280 on farm?
He's just asking for the why. What made you see the resistance there?
The 500-day SMA.
There you go. There you go, John.
So you just turn on your, you probably have like smaller SMAs like the 20, 50, 100, 200, things like that. The 500 I use because when you look at a daily chart of the 500, you're basically getting a moving average that covers almost 2 years. To be exact, it'd be 504, but 500 is just an easier number to remember. So 500, that's a pretty good representation of a moving average that covers 2 years worth of data.
Okay, here you go. Here's the visual for that. Conditionally accepted. You're asking what expiry in March? The monthly. If I just say the month, if I just say March expiry, that means that I'm talking about the monthly contract, not any of the weekly contracts. But that's actually a good question. We should get that out of the way here. Lion mentioning that the buyers are buying Amazon. Yeah, and unfortunately, wasn't aggressive as Izzy and being punished because of that. My entry here was trying to make that 233 even. See how we pulled back here at 233, right to the VWAP, right to 233. Oh, excuse me, right to the 15 EMA. I tried to buy it there at 233. It ran away from me. No fill for me on Amazon. Tell 13, thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
You got it.
Producer, I love the fact that you're finding those quotes and throwing them on screen. 13, you can see them when we put them on screen, right?
Nope. I don't think I can. Try another one. Let me see. I've seen some stuff, but yeah, I can see that.
Okay, so that's one of the ways we'll get your attention there. By the way, did Phil a nibbled? God, there was barely any stock there. Filled a little bit there on TELO, telomere.
Oh, great. So you're in it now.
I'm in it and filled a little bit there. EA. Wow. Okay. So so EA here is dropping out of the open. I nibbled here on this 75 cents on those calls.
CDT, getting some good support from VWAP, looking to take out 3. Running into a little bit of a problem trying to get above 3. Every time it does, it just gets pushed back down. But if we close this candle above VWAP, we could still try and push over 3, but got to be careful of those upper shadows that they're starting to put out there.
Yeah, good stuff. And real quickly here, Sterling, this is a really good question. Sterling here saying, do you use different moving averages on different time frames? So yeah, so first of all, I do think that 13 does an excellent job of enunciating and mentioning what moving average he looks at. I think he's very, very good at that. I know a lot of us abbreviate it. 13 does a really good job. Now, the one thing that you should know here, 13 doesn't share his charts. So you're always looking at mine. So he might be talking about something that I cannot catch up and throw on screen. Keep that in mind. But now that you know that, when you're looking at this workspace here where I have kind of the smaller chart in the right side of the screen, notice that I have my short intraday moving averages here. EMA 9, EMA 15, EMA 65, EMA 200. When I change over to the big full screen chart, notice that these moving averages, simple moving average, SMA 50, SMA 100, SMA 200, SMA 500, and SMA 20. So really, really good question. Know what you're looking at if you're looking at the screen.
Yeah, so when it comes to the lagging indicators, like the simple moving averages, I use the 20, the 50, the 200, and 500 on time frames that are a day or larger. So day, week, month. I like the lagging moving averages for longer time frames. EMAs I use for day trading. I use those on all time frames because they do work on all time frames. But when I do day trading with EMAs, I stick to just mostly the 5-minute chart.
You guys are asking about Nike here real quick. This is an interesting one. This was recently a banger trade to the upside for me. We nailed it. And I'll go to the daily chart here and show you real quick with Nike. Someone else asked about Nike in addition to Twisted earlier here too. Quick look at the news. Nike down 2.5% here. Quick look at the news. Citigroup, Nike catching a downgrade here from Citigroup, downgraded to neutral, lowering the price target to 72. That 72 number is going to be important, and you're going to see that here in a sec. Needham reiterating buy, maintaining 84, and Nike price target lowered to 77 from 84. So Citi downgrading it. That's your news. That's what's sinking it. But let's take a very quick look here at the bigger chart here. All right. First of all, 13, we got the descending wedge that you had me drew on here. It looks like we're actually testing the bottom end of that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're back in it. We should have got some support from the top of that wedge, and we didn't. We just fell right through it. But I think there was something else going on yesterday that was turning Nike, and I might be wrong about that, but I thought there was something else that was turning it more bearish than was expected.
RBC Capital remaining a hold. JP Morgan sticks to their hold. Nike gets a hold. Telsey Advisor Group maintaining perform. 80 price target. I don't see any. I just think the trading action here was no good. If you take a look at this, look what happened. So first of all, the reason that 72 level is so important, look at this support. This 70 to 72 has provided excellent support for Nike. We just talked with Mark Petrino about these different levels and how you can identify them, et cetera, et cetera. The last trade that we did off here, this hammer candle that we made on the daily on January 16th, this was the entry trigger. And then 2 days later, we got a really nice push here. This is where I actually missed that ad. And as we continued to trade up, I sold and rolled in order to book gains and maintain exposure because I didn't have a big position at the time to sell partial. You'll notice that we recaptured the 20, recaptured the 50, found significant resistance, and then reversed at the 100. And now we're kind of just rolling this over. The key here, we broke this 70 low. Current price here, $69.97. I'll tell you what, guys, this is going to need to recapture that 70 level and then close above it. Otherwise, we might have some more downside here in Nike.
I wouldn't be surprised to see this go down and find better support around 67.50.
Thank you.
Go ahead. I have another trend line down there. It's the last trend line I have before we really start to see some prolonged pain in the stock. But we are getting support today. Maybe we get a reversal candle. If we do, I'd look for that small gap that was created to fill. Otherwise, the trend line I have down here, there's support around 67.50.
And that's a really good mention because when we were actually charting this as a group, we mentioned that there were some other support spots that are beneath this. It looks like those might come into play. Shout out to you, 13. Really good stuff there. Okay. Amazon is coming back right to that 233. Do I try it? Do I end up trying it?
We can't give you any advice.
No. But he's trying to get me fired up here. He's trying to get me fired up here. JJ is saying, are you using the same charting platform as Ryan? So I'm going to answer this because I'm going to be very, very sticky about the answer. Yes, 13 is using the same platform, Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro is not necessarily a charting platform. 13 also does charting in his Webull broker, right? So he does use both here, but the technicality there, remember, Benzinga Pro is far more than just charting. Charting is actually a subset of what we do.
Actionable news,
and also scanners.
Yes.
And all of that. All right. So I'm going to see, I'm going to watch Amazon here. I know we're beneath the price level that we had, but I was actually trying to trade that up move. Let's see if this firms up here and then maybe shows a reversal.
Looks like lottery, LTRY, not having a good morning, coming down to a support area, the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. I have that at 143. We'll see if we get a little bit of a reversal here. Well, it says 145, but 143, 145, right about there. Should see some support. Wow, Rich Tech Robotics went down to their 200 EMA on the 5-minute and had a big reversal right through the VWAP and is trying to go higher. But it has slowed down a little bit.
NBIS higher here today. Tesla is really, who's in Tesla? Is anyone trading this here? This is a nice break higher out of that pennant. LEU getting mentioned by Jay and Lion. LEU on the back of earnings here. Oh, man.
And TNXP is still grinding higher. 1646 now, the intersession high.
Hims is going. We talked about that. Big of Bees. You got to be loving that. Hims continue. Wow. A 3-point move here, 4-point move here, 10% on Hims. Where's the top on this one?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. Sorry to interrupt you. We talked about this yesterday. This sure looked like a reversal candle, didn't it?
It was. Well, it was a reversal candle yesterday, but today, no. What, do they have news, or are they just was this just a squeeze? Yes, it's a squeeze. It was a big squeeze. Because I mentioned in I did the recap in happy hour chat that let me just pull it here. The short interest has been steadily increasing, and that's been happening since September, I believe, or October. October, you went from 13 to 16 to 17 to 20, 22, 27, 29 is where we're at now, with 5.86 days to cover. So squeezing.
Uber here. Izzy, I know you're doing the happy money dance on the table. I did not take this with you here today. Uber, another push out of the gate here. I don't know why it's doing it. No.
Oh, they're delivering feed now?
Price target was lowered.
But the exclusive part, right?
That's DoorDash revealing why it's betting on THC CBD delivery. Canada, Uber Eats partnered with cannabis retailers to deliver dispensary grade Mary Jane. In Latin America, it's a different company. So they're not doing this in the US. Our Canadian brethren, let us know if they're delivering dank nugs to your place. We would love to know about that. Lion says there is no top on Hims. Just by the way, Lion, careful with that.
I mean, as soon as their whole business is wrapped up in or most of it is wrapped up in the semi-glutide trade right now. So if it doesn't work out for them, or you have other companies that are coming out with something that's cheaper or more generic, that's going to be it for Hims, because their hair loss products, from what I've been told, they don't work. I don't know about their ED, but a lot of their revenue is coming from the semi-glutide space.
Palantir here. 113.5. Looks like we tested 114 in the pre-market, and we are back on our way up there. Oh my.
Well, you want to say oh my again? Look at BBAI.
Yeah, I actually was just scrolling through that here. BBAI ripping out of the open.
Yep.
Approaching yesterday's intraday high.
I think it's already passed.
I have.
Oh wait, no, you're right. The very first open you print. Yeah.
Chris out. BBAI 768 registering. You guys are racking it up. Racks on racks on racks, like Richie Rich over here on a Friday. I absolutely love it. Oh, and then Jared, you were asking here. Let me see if I can find that. Jared, what was the EA option you traded? So remember, there have been several. The one that I just bought here today is your March 140 calls. It is a 75-cent bid. Oh my God. I paid 75 cents for that. Wow. Okay. That was actually a really good fill. Oh, you know what? I only got filled one of them though. Okay. Well, that makes sense. So I filled the EA March 140 call. What a bummer. That's only 75. I got to add to that, but I actually got a pretty good fill there. The previous calls that I traded were the February 120 and 130. We sold and rolled into these March calls as the price went up. Lock in gains. Damn, I actually thought I got a full fill there, and I didn't. I only got one contract. What a bummer. ONDS, let's go. It's setting up to be a good Friday here. ONDS plus 7.5% out of the open. Let's retake two here on ONDS.
I think I figured out.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you can go ahead and talk about that one, because I was just going to circle.
You got the chat fixed, didn't you?
Nope.
Oh, damn.
That's not what it was. I think I figured out what the stock was that had the preliminary results. The stock ran, and then when the actual results came out, it didn't do a whole lot. That was Boeing.
Oh.
It was Boeing. Because they had the preliminary results. I believe it was on the 23rd, and we had a pretty good day that day. And then when the earnings came out, it was not as spectacular.
Oh, that's right, because they announced that it was going to be this really terrible
Yeah.
thing, and then it
Mhm.
wasn't as bad. Okay, okay, there you go,
That's the
13.
one. I figured it out.
You did it. Now, if you just figure out the chat in the chart or the chat in here, you'll be in really good shape. Am I right?
Well, yeah, but that's be done through Restream.
I know. I'm busting on you. Come on. Smile and laugh a little bit. Affirm, by the way, reporting earnings yesterday. Affirm shares trading higher following better than expected Q2 financial results and strong fiscal year 25 guidance. Affirm popped as high as 77. It's since come back in. Remember, I feel like it was not that long ago. I feel like this was the end of December of last year, maybe even the middle of December last year. We heard that people are loading up on credit cards and buy now, pay later because they can't afford things and they keep buying things. I got to think there's a bad move coming from this at some point.
I have a consolidation channel that I drew on here some time ago. I don't know when.
Is this for a firm?
Yes, it is.
Let me get the big chart up and let's do that together.
Okay. So I just kind of drew it around the consolidation from the 2021, and I narrowed it down to where we were just recently had the lows. So that was from last month. The lows were just above $52, but the high is a little bit closer to 80. I think I have that about 79.15. So we could see a bit of resistance there closer to 80, and I kind of got that today, but I still think we might be able to push a little bit higher. But this consolidation channel, it's actually provided some support pretty well after breaking into it on November 11th. Hasn't been able to fall out of it or break out of it either, but it's looking like we might bounce around in here until we manage to break out. And that 79.15 or level, that's likely going to be a resistance area in a firm if we do end up getting up there.
Okay. Really good stuff. Trade the Market saying, how do you guys make a price level upside on charts for things, like Palantir and HIMS?
Well, you could use Fibonacci extensions.
That's what he suggested. He said, I use an extension.
Oh. Okay.
And that is one of the things that I use. So for something like Palantir, real quick, and 13, I'd be happy to demonstrate whatever you want to do as well. But This is how I would actually draw the extension. The Fibonacci retracement tool is a lot easier to understand. And because it's only 2 points versus 3, you can actually draw it on individual candles. But the extension tool is a little bit different. The way that I would do this is I would draw this from the base of the big move here. And I would draw it up to when that kind of stopped, and then I would encompass one of the larger pullbacks. So I'm going to draw it to right here, and then I'm going to plot this on the chart. Here's some of your pullback areas, and then if you look, here are some of your extension areas.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm not sure how you use that extension tool. This is how I would do it, though.
It looks like CDT was trying to recapture VWAP. Was not successful. Now it's getting pushed back down again. CET and CYTH, just big losers today. Meanwhile, TNXP now in the 17 handle.
Oh, you guys want to see something cool?
Sure.
The Joe moving average, otherwise the 500-day moving average. Look what it did to Portillo's. This is a stock that you guys know I've been watching. Look at this. This thing on Wednesday went right to it, and yesterday it said, nope, time to take a break, and pulled back down. Now, so far, this candle's looking pretty good. I'd love to see us move through this for obvious reasons. I'm looking for 20 here, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But this 500-day, this purple line that we talk about a lot of the times on a lot of the charts that we look at, the stocks aren't there yet. They're extended from this moving average. And we talk about, boy, it would be great if the stock got back into this moving average or so on and so forth. Here's an example of where we're clearly using this as resistance. I really want to see a break above 15, ticker PTLO. Let's go to 20 if that happens.
To go higher, I think that would have to come in first. The RSI is pretty extended. But I'm not trying to
nope. No,
say
you're
things
right.
you don't want. But
nope, you're totally right. You are totally right. And the one thing that might happen here, 13, is you might actually get this RSI has already kind of come down from some of its highs, but you actually might get this to compress a little bit more if this consolidates up here, as opposed to just ripping through this level. And I'll take that too. I'm not in a hurry.
And you could lean on those November highs as potential areas of support as well.
Yeah. So, okay. BBAI is pushing 8. Yes, it is. I'm actually sorry I didn't take BBAI here today.
That's okay. I still threw out the levels, and we've hit a few of them.
Yeah.
So 8 is the next one to go.
I'm going to leave this up on the screen. I'm going to step away for 1 sec. I'll be right back, 13.
Okay. I hope you promise.
I promise.
Lottery, LTRY. This is down to the 200 EMA, trying to get support. 142 is the low. CDT, kind of going sideways today. Short-term moves over the VWAP, only to come back in, but still not losing the lows of the pre-market quite yet. So sideways there. CYTH, maybe it gets some support at the 65 EMA, which I have at $1. Probably 101 might be closer. I see a lot of buyers down there at $1 and 101. So we'll see if that holds up or not. Affirm just lost VWAP about 15 minutes ago. That's still headed lower, but we are coming down to some consolidation from the pre-market. It's possible that might get some support there in that demand zone. Farm is this broke down. There goes Farm. Couldn't recapture the VWAP, coming down to almost to the starting point where it was in the pre-market before we rallied.
Told you. I'm back.
All right.
Which ticker were you just looking at?
I was just looking at Farm. That one was having a hard time getting back above VWAP, broke down.
Market is pulling here. Do we have news?
Let's see.
USA wholesale inventories month over month. That's the most recent print. It's got to be the Fed on the horn here, right? These Fed members talking?
Probably.
No, maybe not. This was an hour ago, so I don't think so. Market definitely pulled here pretty quick there. It's across the board too. SPY, Dow, NASDAQ actually leaning their way down.
Consumer sentiment just printed. That's a below estimate.
Okay. Michigan consumer sentiment 67.8 versus the 71.9 estimate. That is indeed below. Maybe that's what's pulling us here. Big pull in the market. But God, thankfully, a lot of those stocks I'm holding traded up early. Look at the reversal in Apple right now. So we think this is a pull on the sentiment numbers?
It's possible. There's a number of headlines coming out here that could do it, or it's just probably a collection of them. I think,
it pulled exactly at 10. It's data related. I think you're right about that.
It's we're getting into an area where there could be a lot of uncertainty. Market doesn't like uncertainty.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. University Michigan 1-year inflation preliminary. Actual 4.3%. The forecast was for 3.3%, and the prior read was 3.3%.
Okay.
So it's got to be that inflation print, and I bet Powell looks at that number.
Yeah, they say they only have a few that they look at. Oh, I just had a power surge there.
You good, dude?
Yeah, that was the whole neighborhood.
Okay. Okay, that doesn't necessarily make me feel great, but
well, that's why I have all my internet on battery backups, my computer's on battery backup. I'm all ready to go for power outages.
What an absolute G you are. Okay, by the way, those EA calls, now we're starting to get crushed. EA coming back in with this market pull. Those calls are 50 by 95, so I'm actually underwater on that. And now that I missed that, I'm actually going to try and fill a little bit more of these. Let me try. Here. We're going to try a stink bid at 55 and dollar cost average these calls.
They're just another headline just came across saying that major indexes are lower after softer than expected consumer sentiment data.
So there we go. So that number was not predicted to be that soft, and it was pretty soft. Mm-hmm. Soft as Charmin. All right.
You really are a Bears fan.
Charmin?
Yeah, because all their commercials have bears in them.
Oh, I didn't even put two and two together there, to be quite honest with you.
You're getting an idea of how my brain is wired together now.
Nice job, Steve, on trading the SPY there. Nice job.
Everything's falling.
Captain Cloudy says, Ryan, the last 2 Fridays, the market has pulled in the afternoon session. Bears are trying to put up a wick on the weekly chart. He's right about that. The last 2 Fridays, they have been kind of pulls, and then we've had catalysts, some type of catalyst on Monday that has caused the market to gap down. Market's still pulling here, by the way.
Maybe that's the next poll. Just kind of come up with a few things that could possibly happen on Monday and see what everybody thinks. I mean, maybe it has something related to the Super Bowl. Maybe.
Well, so let's talk about that, because wasn't there somebody saying that isn't there some type of like pattern for like the Eagles and the Chiefs? Like the last time the Eagles won the Super Bowl, didn't the market go crazy to the upside? Someone help me out with that. Someone, I think, in this show gave us a stat earlier this week, I want to say, about that.
Everything's pulling. TNXP really.
Judge, take care of yourself, man. Much love.
Take care, Judge. Affirm really pulling now. Everything's just pulling. Well, that's an interesting look for my SPY chart here with all the spaghetti on it.
V. Holman, lowest consumer sentiment score since August of 24.
I love stuff like that.
There you go.
What his when he looks back and finds out when the last time he had a low print. I do that all the time when it comes to earnings and see what how much of a beat versus expectations they were. I love data like that. Thank you very much. All right. Everybody wants to buy TEL though at the same price I set my limit for.
What?
450.
450. Yeah, I actually went 455 on the starter, and I got filled on that. So.
Yeah.
Rob mentioning that energy stocks are doing strong. I wonder, what is Constellation, ticker CEG? How's that today? That actually up by 1% here. I was wondering, just given, the CapEx announcement, this has been tied to AI a lot. This actually has done a really good job reversing the move here. Big of Bees, I know that you've traded this before. Did you catch this move here? Because this is a pretty good one. Tesla, by the way, reversed. I see a couple of you mentioning this in the chat. Tesla reversed here. Might actually have an opportunity on Tesla if it holds right here.
Yeah, there's okay, so the SPY went right down to a support level that I have here. Wow. Okay, so their previous all-time high was 604.32. The low print that we put in today was 604.35. So that those previous all-time highs still providing support. And we are reversing now. So let's see if now that data is out of the way, the market can just buy the dip and continue to rip higher, because that's just what it does these days.
All right, and the results are in from the pre-market votecasters. Thank you for voting in our poll here today. Who will win Super Bowl licks? Eagles bringing it home with 63%, and the Chiefs rounding it out with 36%. Fly, Eagles, fly.
I hope both teams lose.
There we go. I hope both teams lose. Of course you do. 3D. Good morning, 3D. It's good to see you. MGNI getting mentioned here. It's actually had a pretty good move yesterday. Do we have any news on this one? Price target raised to 20 from 17 at Bank of America, but that was from this beginning of this week. No news here this week. MGNI actually having a pretty good week, though. What does this company do again?
Lottery coming off of that EMA I mentioned earlier. Not looking too bad.
Online advertising. The firm was previously named the Rubicon Project.
Farm might be getting support from the 65 EMA. Probably need to wait for some confirmation. Might take a little bit longer to turn around, but it's kind of stopped selling at the moment. Looks like CDT is making another attempt to get above VWAP again.
MGNI, I don't follow this one. I'd like to know what the deal is here. If there's any. Looks good, and it looks like it's had a pretty good week. I don't follow this one though.
Let's see what this is.
GSIW, that's a penny stock. CYTH, watch for this at 101 for a potential bounce spot. CYTH, Docs, a gap and go on Docs. This actually kind of flagging here, especially if it holds the 76 area. This actually might make another. This is up 31.5%. I didn't want to talk about another move higher. Stock's already up 31.5%. We are bouncing in some of these names, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Is Costco ex-dividend today?
I do not know. Ryan, I would expect you to know that.
I
the big Costco bull that you are.
Yep. Ex-dividend date 2.7. Costco down 0.5% on ex-dividend date. I think that gets bought back up, folks.
Yep. It's just money leaving the company, but it'll get bought back up.
Money leaving the company to my pocket.
Right.
That's
right. And some people use that money to just buy more shares. Dividend buybacks.
Izzy scalped Amazon 4 for 4. Nice job. This is an interesting one too. This move to the downside here on Amazon. See if you think we bounce from 230 here? See, the market is trying to bounce here. Now you've got me thinking, Izzy. See, you're the constant badgering of these two stocks. You make me want to trade it, Izzy.
Still having power outages in my area. This has been quite a week for me.
It sure has, dude. That's why I asked you if everything was okay. Like I want everything to be all right. All right, we'll see if Amazon comes in here to 230. It's currently at 230.20. We'll watch Amazon here, Izzy.
I think BBAI is trying to make the move to 8. Had a nice recovery just now, and we're back up to some of the intra-session highs here. Looking for a move over 776 to take out 8.
Dude, man, I'll tell you what. One of my trading buddies, months ago was like, dude, I think you should buy some OKLO. Stock was like $6. And I was like, he's gonna get the last laugh. Here's your BBAI chart. Does look like this is trying to push higher here.
Mm-hmm. Looks like CYTH might be finally coming back up, looking for it to recapture VWAP. CDT in the process of trying to recapture VWAP. A few rejections since it came underneath it. So I think this one has to be the one to get through here and hold this current 5-minute candle.
Ahmad is asking, did the jobs report happen? Yes, the non-farm payrolls print happened at 8:30 here today. The initial move was down. We actually went higher, and then we pulled on the Michigan consumer sentiment number.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised I didn't see more information on the benchmark revisions.
Yeah, I know that's one of the things you were waiting for. I was actually getting ready to read that. Didn't see it either.
It's in the BLS report. It's just at the bottom.
CDT pushing. Watch if it clears this wick here. CDT. I know Amazon's still pulling. I've got that. No position. I've got it on another screen here, though, on Amazon. CDT. It's trying to go through right here. 285. Watch the 285 spot. CDT.
Yep. And there's this is the one that needs to close above the VWAP. So it still has a few minutes left in the 5-minute candle, but not liking these wicks. TNXP had an amazing run to 1840, and now it is really pulling.
Amazon, more pull. And the market bounce, that was quickly sold into. That pulling back now as well. Watch that low. Frank, throwing some gas in the fire here. Palantir to 200, question mark? I mean, maybe Amazon continuing to pull here. SPY, new lows, new intraday lows.
Yeah, why not? Why couldn't Palantir go to 200?
No, I mean,
why not?
I didn't.
I know you didn't say that, but I'm just saying, like, why couldn't it? Because it's already super overvalued right now, super extended. Why couldn't it just keep on going? Eventually it'll come in, but why not? Why not 200? TNXP, beautiful move right off the pre-market high after pulling. So we did get a bounce there. That was about a 455 bounce. It hasn't quite reversed yet. I don't know that it'll recapture VWAP, but it did get a nice bounce off support. This could probably end up just coming right back in and going lower to the 200 EMA. But,
so this is sorry.
No, go ahead.
This is interesting. I don't have a VIX chart to show you. I'm sorry, but the VIX just spiked here. We put in a low print of 1479. It's worth noting that the low print last Friday was 1483. We spiked up a little bit in the afternoon, much like one of our chatters said that the bears came in the afternoon on Friday. And then that VIX gapped to a high of 2042 on Monday. So it's interesting. The VIX seems to be turning around here at this high 14 level. Did it again here today. That also is a level to watch. By the way, market continuing to pull here. NASDAQ leading the way down. Amazon continuing to sell off. Q's NASDAQ leading the way down. Look at this.
Ooh. So does this get bought too?
Well, Mike is saying that they sold the pop post non-farm payroll print. So, Mike, you tell me, do we buy this bottom here? By the way, intraday bottom from yesterday. Let me take a look on the SPY because we've actually already deleted that here on the Qs. But the SPY intraday bottom here, 602. We got a couple more points there.
It's not looking too bad for CDT. We have about 20 seconds left in this candle, and we will get a close above the VWAP if we hang out up here.
We did take out that 285. Good stuff here on CDT.
So that's not looking too bad. But here we go with TNXP down back at that pre-market support area. Not confident it's going to hold it. I think we may see better support down around 1275. And if it reverses here, then I'm wrong, and that's good for everybody. Okay, so we've got a close on that CDT candle. We're hanging out above VWAP, looking good. Let's see some break to the upside and through 3. That would be ideal. And what else are we all looking at today?
I'm just kind of looking around here. Roll through a couple here. Jay Rice's EAF. Looks like it did pop initially on earnings, but came back in. Kind of a bummer there. EA, which we talked about here, that is holding here. I think I'm going to be I still wish I got some more there. The calls that I bought, the 140 calls, 75 by 115. GSIW, you guys are mentioning this one here. This went from 50 cents above $1. This is halted, isn't it? Yeah, it's halted to the upside here, 114. So Jacob wants to know if you got crazy levels here for GSIW. Well, we just went, that 103 was a level that we just took out. 113 is a level. That's your 15 EMA on the weekly. That's where we're halted.
And let me look at 2 sets of charts here, and I'll get you some levels.
Next, I've got 278. 278, 379 are going to be the levels I have. GSIW 278, 379.
I kind of like the area around 135, but yeah, I think 220 might be a better level of resistance, and if not there, then 260 before we start getting into the threes. And if we get into the threes, 360 could be the crazy stupid level that we see.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yep. Hopefully that works for you.
We'll see. GSIW, this thing is a big rip here. I'm going to pass on this one, but good luck to all of you that are trading this. Let's have EA really work again. That'd be amazing. 3 in a row. That would be incredible.
Yeah, CDT still holding that VWAP.
This is a China name, right? This GSIW. Yeah, the Type 9 regulated activities under the SFO in Hong Kong. GSIW.
Yeah, TNXP. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. No. That's okay. I was just looking to go through, and you were doing the same thing. So TNXP, let me bring that up here.
Yeah, it was losing that level that I mentioned. Well, maybe, but it's. I'm not sure if it's trying to reverse or not. It looks like it is, but it was losing that level that I had mentioned earlier. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But it also might reverse. But I think that the big move, the big trade is kind of over for now. The firm kind of going sideways, getting support from the 65 EMA, wants to try and get back up to VWAP. So that'll be something to watch for. Farm also reversing up. VWAP needs to go another 25 cents before it hits VWAP again. We already talked about TNXP, CYTH. That one also looking like it's going sideways, getting some support from the 65 EMA. This probably will need some more time if it's going to turn up. CDT still holding that VWAP, and I think that's everything that we've been looking at so far this morning. Oh, BBAI, that one also a bit sideways, but hasn't really broken down. Still getting support from VWAP. Still needs to take out the 375 area and close above it.
Market is trying to bounce here a little bit. Amazon is actually bouncing. Lion, I know you had said watch 225. Really looks like that bounced off 228 pretty good right here. Okay, it didn't quite print 228, 228 and a half. Pretty decent bounce here on Amazon. Mike, you were saying, Ryan, just talked to my traders and we agreed to just flip a coin. On what? What was that on VIX? What was that referencing?
Oh, probably the market.
By the way, Izzy, I know you're popping at you're way more in and out than I could possibly be while I'm hosting a show. There's no way I'm going to be able to follow you, boss. But you know what? I am happy for you. Congratulations, Izzy, 5 for 5 on the Amazon scalps. Way to go! That this last bounce here on Amazon was pretty good. That was probably one of the better scalps. Cyril mentioning that Lyft wants to lift. I'll take it because we're still long those calls on Lyft. Remember, we saw that gigantic vert calendar spread for April 2023. I took the bottom end of that on the 20s.
Anything you're looking at that you want to try?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not at the moment. I'm doing all right now. I am watching. What the heck?
Is this still the? Oh, hey, GSIW just unhalted.
Okay, well, I'll put that on screen here. That did pop higher here, GSIW.
I need to look at some other stuff because a lot of these movers have really stopped moving.
Yeah, no, they sure have. Apple's still pulling. Costco, that is still pulling here. Market looks like that bounce very quickly evaporated here. BBAI, I can bring that up.
New highs in that in the regular
farm is curling.
Yep, farm is curling. So might get some better movement in some of these movers from this morning.
Hans, we got to celebrate here. Hans, best day this year.
Yes,
let's go, Hans.
And it's on a Friday.
It's on a Friday.
Weekend. You get to celebrate the whole weekend with your best day of the year.
That's dangerous, man. When I have my best day on Friday, I pop multiple bottles of wine Friday night, Saturday morning.
Oh, put your feet up and walk Oak Island, I'm sure.
No, that's Tuesday. Come on now. That's Tuesday.
Okay.
Uber continuing to go higher here. Good stuff. I don't know if the holy crap is warranted, but that is continuing to move higher here. ELF, by the way, this is bouncing. ELF actually just took out the first intraday move there too. This thing's still down 20% on ELF.
On TNXP. Just the candle that we have right now is kind of interesting. I want to see if we get a reversal out of it. Not saying jump in or anything like that. Just keep an eye on it. If you see something you like about it, then have fun. Wow.
Yeah, sorry. Hang on. Jay saying 2025 theme lag 6. I'm excluding Meta. So the Mag 7 minus Meta. Interesting. Meta was one of the really big performers there.
QBTS breaking out. Just going to mention how they had a whole series of wicks they were putting in this morning on the 5-minute, and we just took all those out. So waiting to see if this goes higher. I'm not in this, a little late to it.
You know what's funny about QBTS? We actually had a news story here earlier today regarding Google. Google's quantum computing chief challenges NVIDIA's Jensen Huang's 20-year timeline on quantum computing. Remember, it was the D-Wave CEO that went on CNBC that initially challenged him. Interesting that is moving here today.
And you remember what I was saying in Happy Hour about how you got two camps now that are basically saying quantum computing is going to be a reality in 5 years. And he was talking about Bill Gates saying that. Google was also saying that. Then you have another set of people over on the side of Meta and NVIDIA that are saying, no, it's 10, 15, 20 years out. I'm on the side that we're much closer than people think.
Yeah, I'm just going to say this generally here, and I'm sorry in advance. I don't put any credence or stock into anything that Bill Gates has to say. That is someone who I believe he has committed crimes against humanity. I have no respect for Bill Gates, and I don't care about his opinion one iota. Now, I know you don't care about that, and you're just going through the stats, and that's great. I'm just saying here, just for everyone's future reference,
Apps.
yeah, just know, I am not a fan of Bill Gates, and I will not use my own money on anything that he says, ever.
So maybe Bill Gates wasn't the greatest name drop, but Microsoft is also saying that.
Sorry, 13. I wasn't trying to shit all over it. I'm just saying, I just dislike him quite a bit.
That's okay. I don't, you can hate everybody, and I wouldn't care.
No, I intentionally did not use the word hate. Intentionally, I did not use the word hate.
But anyway, apps. Look at this.
Hey! Look at the chat. Izzy, he's a dirtbag. Lion, evil. Ryan, amen, brother. Yeah. See, I'm not alone. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay, I don't feel so bad anymore. Thank you, chat.
Apps.
Yeah, and you're right. Maybe I shouldn't have been making a big deal about that discontinuing the run here.
Well, because the interesting thing here is that at the close of yesterday, we were hitting the highs that we were just made. So I was like, we're about to break the highs of yesterday. Sorry, I was getting a little too excited about it.
All good.
Yeah, apps. This is breaking the highs from yesterday. Let's go.
Take-Two. By the way, we talked about this one. This one also one to watch here. Take-Two. This is up 14%. We had a pop on earnings yesterday, and now another move higher here. Take-Two Interactive shares trading higher. Company reported Q3 financial results, issued guidance, and confirmed a fall release date for Grand Theft Auto 6. Now, I'm not a Grand Theft Auto fan. I played the original one. I guess I had some fun with it. And I know that this franchise is huge. This is a pretty big one, right? This is a pretty big title for Take-Two. We expect some more trades around that.
Just mentioning the firm because we got that reversal. We broke through VWAP, and we are starting to get going here now. Going to be curious to see if we can get above 75 cents. I'm sorry, $75. That's kind of where we were getting some support after that pop to 768. It was getting support at 75.
That's BBAI, right?
No, this is a firm.
A firm, sorry.
And then we broke down beneath that level. So I'm looking at $75 as being a resistance area on this move up here. Could break through it, but it looks like we are going to get a little resistance there initially.
Let me ask you, do you think that there's a bigger short in the future here on consumers loading up on credit card, maybe possibly defaulting on some of that, and then also compounding that with buy now, pay later? Do you buy into that at all?
I feel like I'd be, getting into something that I don't know when is exactly going to happen, because I've expected it to already happen with how much, record consumer credit card debt that they've had for the past 2 years now. But I don't know when that big event where the whole credit system collapses, because people are defaulting left and right. I don't know when that's going to happen.
Me either. And that's my big struggle here. And look, just taking a look at a firm, like if I had tried to hold that thesis for a while, I'd be getting blown out on that right now. Look at the move that a firm is doing here, especially on earnings. So I'm with you on there, but I just don't know how to play it yet. I guess that's kind of what I'm struggling with here. By the way, just confirmed, folks, with Anne-Marie for today. So let's start the brainstorming process. Anne-Marie, 33 minutes away. Are there any stocks that you would like to have some option trades developed from Anne-Marie? You folks let me know.
First, BBAI broke through 8, so cha-ching there. And then the other thing is, what earnings do we have next week? Because those could be, where we would want to maybe start looking for option plays.
So glad you asked. Here you go. Here are your earnings for next week. By the way, the big one here. Now, I have no position in this. I'll let you know if I take one here. No position in this. McDonald's, Monday morning prior to the open. Okay, but the biggest reports next week, I gotta think Shopify. That's before the open on Tuesday. I mean, Humana. I don't know if anyone's still kind of watching some of those insurance companies, but Humana is also Tuesday morning. I'm really interested in the Lyft report after the close on Tuesday. I remember the calls that I bought were April. By the way, BBAI new highs as this is going on. I'm interested in the Lyft call. You have some biotechs in there with Gilead and Biogen. That could be very interesting. CVS, I know we talked a little bit about that with Mark. CVS might be one of those. You're going to have Twilio, DraftKings, Coinbase on Thursday. That's really your big day. And then Palo Alto. Look for a trade here on Palo Alto. In fact, I'm going to say that to Anne-Marie right now.
Okay, so Coca-Cola looks like it could be one. We can get to that, but I think DraftKings is the one you're going to want to pay attention to. We've talked about this so much. This one tends to like go on this move into the Super Bowl, and then after the Super Bowl is over, it starts. I think it starts selling into the earnings, and then it really unwinds after that. So that could be what we end up seeing here with DraftKings, and we are really bumping up against this trend line that I had you draw a while back. So really interesting.
Oops, wrong chart.
Really interesting point of time that we're in right now.
DKNG.
Oh, it must be on a different chart that you have.
No, it probably got deleted here because some of these I'm struggling with some of these drawings here. Let me see. Let me turn some of this stuff back on and zoom out a little bit. That'll actually help.
While you're doing that, regarding BDAI, I do have another upside target of 925, but I think there's going to be some resistance in between here and that level, probably around the 850 area, or maybe even the 850 to $9. I think there could be some different resistance areas, but 925 is the next level I have for BDAI.
DraftKings, is this the trend line that you were referencing? I drew the one that jumped off the page at me.
I started mine back in March of 21, and I drew it through the high of March of 24.
Got you.
Yeah. So when you draw it through that March, April of 24, you'll see that the December one kind of popped over that and came back in, and now we're trying to push over it again. There you go.
Here you go. Good stuff there on that one. Good stuff. You know what? Watch this. Save. Overwrite. Now we won't have to worry about that again.
Excellent.
Bim, bam, boom. Okay. BBAI still continuing to push here. Let's take a quick look. Looks like the SPY is not really selling off here. 604.80, just holding beneath 605.
And it looks like CYTH is also trying to come back, at least get up to the VWAP. So we might that could happen here pretty soon. It's curling up now. Just needs more volume in order to get through some of these EMAs here.
Ja, thank you. I asked about this a while ago. Ja, appreciate you, baby. When Philly wins, bad things happen. 1929, Athletics win. Athletics World Series crash of 29. What? 29-1980? Oh, crash of 29. 1980, Phillies win the World Series, recession early. 2008, Phillies win the World Series, world financial crisis. Okay, it looks like you copy and pasted that from somewhere and the spaces didn't fully translate, and then I butchered rereading it, but appreciate you going out and digging that up.
Yeah, that's a great statistic. I don't know what we're going to get if the Eagles win the Super Bowl, but I know that we'll probably see a huge fallout of the Swifties. Sorry.
It's okay.
I thought that was funny.
It's okay. Totally good.
Affirm. This is really coming back up. Right at that resistance area that I mentioned earlier. Still hasn't been able to get through it, but 76.88 is the high of the session. You're not too far away.
Seeing more Lyft calls. These are the 15 calls that is expire next week, next Friday. So these calls here, I gotta think that these are to capture earnings because that happens on Thursday. Lyft actually having a pretty decent day here, plus 4.2%.
TNXP down to the 65 and 200 EMAs on the 5-minute. If we don't get a reversal down around here, like around the 12 75 area. I think this is going to fall through, and we'll just have to be done with it for today. But it had a really great move out of the gate, and it's given it all back.
Okay.
Looks like Farmer Brother is it's back to start for this one.
Anne-Marie, by the way, also asking, are there any post-earnings trades that you folks would like set up? Post-earnings. We just talked a little bit about, I had mentioned Palo Alto. Are there any post-earnings trade, like Lilly, Amazon?
Palantir.
Should we do
Palantir.
what? Which one?
Palantir.
Palantir. Okay. How about Lilly? Does anyone like Lilly? How about Amazon? I know people like Amazon, right? So Palantir, Amazon. What other post earnings trade? Let me know if they're. We're gonna do that. I'm gonna tell her that right now. PLTR, AMZN. Still asking chat as well.
Hey, maybe McDonald's move over 300 play.
Okay. That would be a pre-earnings play, but I like it. And I'll tell you, you know what else, 13? I'd love to get some of this money back from
I know you.
But I lost.
look at a daily chart and make sure you can see into 2023, so you have an idea of where we are at right now in terms of the price action, because this 300 has been a resistance area for almost 2 years now. So I think that's going to be a very important level to watch for. We did break through it, last year, but we came right back in on the, I think it was it Listeria or some kind of, foodborne illness.
That was the E. coli from the shredded lettuce, I thought. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it was. So that pulled it back down under 300. I think 300 is a very important level. That could be an interesting play on earnings that they have in 3 days on Monday, the day where we get a lot of these really wild moves to start the week off.
Okay, and then folks, by the way, Elf, yes, Britt, Craig, there was someone else. Someone else said Elf. I did tell Anne-Marie about Elf. Nick, I added ASTS as well. We'll see how many. I just loaded her up. I love you guys, by the way. I love that when I ask you for tickers, you give me more than we could possibly do. That's exactly what we're looking for. So we just gave a whole bunch there. So we should be good. We should have a whole bunch of stuff set up here. I'm excited. I am excited. Also nice to see ONDS trading back up. Okay, let me go back to the main workspace here. Well, I'm all over the place. I absolutely love Fridays and Super Fridays.
It's been a good day.
Better still. It sure has.
And apps did pull after hitting 520, but it's coming back up. I'm wondering if this may have a more of an impulse move, but not with this volume. If we see a spike in volume, we could blast through that 520 and go higher. Let me see where we could end up here if we do that. Where do we go? Oh, we make probably new 50, not quite, almost 52-week highs. We could see 570 looks like a potential level. 560, 570, somewhere in there. And if we get through that, I'd be looking at $7 as the next level. All right. What a fantastic day this has been. So CYTH, this one has been a loser this morning, but it is curling back up. MACD is curling back up. We're in the process of recapturing some EMAs on the way back to VWAP, which I have at 123. So this here we go. We're starting to see some more movement now. This could get going. Keep an eye on CYTH or trade it however you like.
Hey, producer informing me that the NFL has announced it's heading to Ireland for a first ever regular season game in the European country next season. All right. I'm half Irish, by the way, just in case you guys didn't realize that. After previously staging preseason fixtures there. Fixtures! I love it. We're taking soccer nomenclature. I love it. The league will now play a historic first competitive game in Dublin, the capital of Ireland, in the 2025 campaign.
That's awesome.
Producer, if you go to that, I want pictures.
Yeah, I would love to see how rowdy that's going to get.
Mike's asking, what did Charlie just say about the bird flu? Mike, I don't have Squawk on, but for all you Benzinga Pro members, we have Squawk transcription. So let me see if I can find that.
Folks, if you're looking to try and play these egg shortages and bird flu headlines, keep Calmarine Foods on your radar. That's CALM. This is a very, very big egg producer and distributor.
I don't see any here. You know what? Let me actually filter this because I'm getting both Squawks in here.
Firm looking, moving over 75. Volume's a little low, but doesn't look too bad. You okay?
Yeah, I'm stupid. Sorry.
No, you're not.
I'm adding the filter in the wrong thing here. Sorry about that. Okay. I don't see anything on here about that. How long ago was that, Mike? Well, I tell you what, this is an awesome way. And you know what? Shout out to the development team, because when they first released the automatic transcription, it didn't do the greatest job. It was kind of annoying because we really wanted it to be better. This is way better. It's getting this, even with Charlie, the way like Charlie speaks, like it's figuring it out. It's clearly learning his voice. I don't see anything there regarding the bird flu though, Mike. Sorry.
Looks like Affirm is, Affirm, it looks like if you get the volume, we're going to push up to through that that area that I mentioned that was providing resistance, because it's still providing resistance, that $75 area.
I'm sorry, Affirm, you said?
Uh-huh. Because ever since we put that candle in, the one that hit the intra-session high, 76.88, that bottom of that candle has been the resistance area for the past 15 minutes. So I want to see the volume really come in and push up through that resistance area so we can try for some new highs. That's what I'm seeing here right now with the firm. Looks like Farmer Brother is getting a little bit of a reversal, but I wouldn't trust this. Could be a bear flag. CDT, this is about to test the 65 EMA for the first time today. Don't like the way that one's looking either.
Yeah, this you're right. That intraday CDT chart looks poor.
It was good earlier this morning, but it just couldn't hold above the VWAP.
LEU, the Jay Rice special. That from now on, LEU, I'm officially dubbing one of Jay Rice's stocks. I know others have traded it, but man, he's been on this like crazy. LEU, monster move here today. 80 handle up to 100 plus on the back of those earnings. This stock is up 30%. Jay, I had asked you about, maybe buying this at a discount. I didn't really feel great about any of the levels. I ended up not doing it. Shame on me. Hope you're banking off of this.
Looks like TNXP, remember that area I mentioned, the 65 and 200 EMAs. It's slowed down the selling there, kind of going sideways at the moment, but not confident that we're seeing a reversal yet. I want to see another candle or two. Lottery did hit some lows here, 134, which, gosh, was that the high from yesterday? Not quite. No, actually, it was about the low from pre-market though, a little bit lower, but still right about there. So support is about in that the lower 130s. Turned around, recaptured some of these EMAs, trying to make its way through 15 EMA on its way to the 65 in VWAP. So we'll see if we get the volume for that. BBAI. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, here I just threw your CalMain CALM chart up here. I know you were just mentioning that not long ago. Conditionally accepted saying calm, CALM here is a good stock without the bird flu. Jay Rice saying 13. Did you read the piece on Phyllis Wong, the USDA inspector on hen destroying regarding calm? So apparently the news, piece of news there. Jay, I didn't see that one either. But there you go.
No, it's just that I know about. I just know of CalMain because of how big in poultry they are.
Palantir, dude, what on earth is going? This is unreal. This is unreal. Palantir, 115 prints. I heard the Pope got the bird flu. Well, I heard it from a cardinal. Bunch.
Oh, it took everything I had in me to hold that laugh in.
I thought that was funny.
It was funny, but it was such a dad joke too. That's my territory. You see, dad tax. I'm just
how do you know when a joke becomes a dad joke?
Depends on how well it ages. I don't know.
No, when it becomes apparent.
Ah.
Okay, we're gonna focus on stocks now.
Yeah,
we gonna focus on stocks now.
Oh, we're having too much fun on Friday.
I'll tell you what, though. Doesn't the Uber? I don't have a whole lot of great stuff here on the scanner. How's Nike doing? Okay, so Nike, so interesting. So when we talked about Nike earlier, we talked about this really kind of breaking down from that 70 to 72 range. Honestly, if I don't know what the rest of the day holds here for Nike, but if we can kind of get back up to maybe 70 and a half, this daily candle is going to turn into a hammer and we're going to be right back above that support level. So something to watch. I don't have a position here on Nike. I'm not promising that I'm going to buy that, but this is at least something to watch for the rest of the day here.
And we now have resistance at 71.50 on Nike. What? You can see chat. It's funny.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Just the amount of people laughing. John says in all caps, "What the heck is going on in here?" Daniel says, "Leave it to Ryan to 1-up 13 on the dad jokes."
Yeah, I need to step my game up.
I was going to say, if I get 13 to laugh, I feel pretty good about that. Generally, he can be pretty stone-faced in the face of some of those jokes. But nonetheless, Pan W getting mentioned here by Maverick. Remember, we talked about this Pan W earnings next week on Thursday. I almost wonder if we get a run into that print.
You're also getting a little bit of a lift here in Rich Tech Robotics. That just moved over at 65 EMA on the 5-minute.
By the way, 197, 198, that area in here, near term double top on the Pan W daily chart. I think if you break that, I mean, look, that's not even that much of a call. We're almost at 200 anyway, but I think maybe 200, then maybe what was this all-time high up here? 207. Kind of looking for that here on Pan W. Channing. Okay, John says, "Sorry, I'm channeling my inner Yi." John, I'm just fair warning. I'm not here to tell you how to behave, but if you actually channel your inner Yi, I might have to permaban you depending on where you go. And I think that you understand why. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We're going to have fun, but we're going to keep it clean. Yes, Lyft, nice day on the back of Uber. Remember, Lyft earnings next week too. Remember, we saw the huge vert call spread for April. I'm in that. I'm actually only in the bottom end of that. At least we're not talking about people wearing tights. Don't make me break that picture out again. John, I got you. No worries. I got you, John. You're a good guy.
XIII just getting hammered now after trying to make its way back to VWAP. This thing just really fallen down. Lost 65 EMA. CDT at the same time. That's trying to turn around, but volume doesn't look great. TNXP still hanging out there at those 65 and 200 EMAs. And Affirm sideways as it tries to figure out what to do about that $75 level.
Look at the CYTH breakdown.
Mm-hmm. Yep, now down beneath the dollar, so that's not great. That means it could go even further, probably 90 cents.
Pinterest, worth watching on maybe a VWAP recapture here. Let me make that easier to see. Here is your VWAP. So far, we were rejected at that $39.97. Pinterest, area of note, $40 here if this can move higher, especially if the market firms up a little bit. We're actually kind of firm after that pull. If the market bounces here, Pinterest moves through 40. You might have a day trade there on PINS. Live right now, CNBC, Bill Reddy, Pinterest CEO, talking right now. So he might be moving this. Here we go. Watch 40 here on Pinterest. Actually, let me cue this up. I might actually try this. Okay, check some there. Okay, we'll see. $39.90. just a little bit. We'll see if we move through 40. I'm going to try to sell into strength, so this won't even really be crazy.
How's the SPY looking here? We get a good recovery.
Hey, Lynn and Randy, good hockey
Hey.
tonight. Yeah, two bottom feeder teams, right? The Preds and the Hawks playing each other. But you know what? We're going to have fun with that, Lynn and Randy. Absolutely. We're going to glass half full approach. I know Randy's going to have the Woodford on lock. We're going to have a good time nonetheless. Peter, this is a good kind of a fundamental question here. Peter's saying, what your opinion about day trading just before earnings? Okay, I do have a couple of thoughts on this, and I would encourage the chat to get involved in this discussion. And I'm also hearing that NUKK is on the move. I'll put that up here. I'm watching Pinterest since that's a live trade that I'm in on one of my other screens. And again, Pinterest, I'm looking to sell into strength above 40, whatever that might be. But Peter's question here, what are your thoughts about day trading ahead of earnings? So first of all, sometimes like a stock like Apple, which will report at 4:30 in the after hours, you'll see between 4 and 4:30 when the market's closed that there's like some action in there. I make a effort to avoid that all the time. I don't ever get involved in that like pre-earnings after hours jitters that some of these stocks do. To me, that is all hogwash. It's a good way to get faked out. I don't do any of that. Now, on the days leading up to earnings, you can actually sometimes get some really good trades. But I would caution you on that. I would say if you're day trading on the day a stock is going to report earnings, make sure that your plan stays the same. So if you buy a stock and it goes against you, don't be like, okay, you know what? I'm going to hold through earnings and hope that this reverses, because you could really be in some big trouble there. If you're going to do an earnings trade, have that be separate from your day trading. And better still, if you can make some day trades to build up some profit and then use that profit, like for example, on option contracts, now you're playing with house money. So there's a number of different ways to do that. I would say the only thing that I really stay away from, those pre-report jitters in that like lag time in the after hours, completely avoid it.
There you go. Yeah,
Ryan is saying before earnings, high IV. Okay, so Ryan, you're looking to trade things that have a high implied volatility prior to earnings? Swing trades that end just before earnings are easier on the heart, says Mike. Fact check, true. For sure, that is true. Yes.
BBAI looking to make another intra-session high.
Kevin saying BBC reporting that the UK demands access to Apple users' encrypted data, which includes Americans. Kevin, could you do me a favor? Could you give them 2 double birds, please? 2 middle fingers in their face, please. Thank you.
A bold ask.
I mean, this Keir Starmer guy, I mean, what an absolute clown. What an abject clown. I'm sorry for even saying that, but not really. He's a clown.
Do we have like a clown horn that we could maybe?
Yeah, you know what? That's actually not a bad idea. Get some type of bozo sound drop on here. Yeah,
exactly. When we see something that's so ridiculous, we're like, oh, this is a clown. That'd be great sound.
You know what I should do? I should get any baseball fans out there. You remember when Bryce Harper broke into the major league and he was like a 19-year-old, and they were some reporter asked him if he was going to drink liquor if the Phillies once, or the Washington, the Nationals, if the Nationals ended up winning. And it's like he was trying to bait him to say, yeah, I'm going to drink champagne with my teammates, even though I'm underage. Like he tried to bait him. And Bryce Harper just looks at him and goes, that's a clown question, bro. I should try to get that drop on the soundboard.
I'll see if I can find it. Rich Tech Robotics. This one looks like it's going to make new intra-session highs here on the way to trying for the pre-market high of 303.
Jay here with, I like this. Some guys will buy calls 2 weeks before the earnings, betting that the implied volatility goes up. You can still make money on it, even if the stock is flat. Jay, this is awesome. This is awesome. So what Jay is saying there, if you are anticipating an IV pump, Ryan, maybe this is what you were mentioning earlier. Maybe I just didn't understand it. If you're anticipating that the implied volatility is going to elevate, you can actually capture that by trading those calls several weeks before earnings. Jay, that's a great mention. I didn't even think of that.
Affirm breaking through that, or at least trying to get through that $75 area, the resistance area we were talking about. Need to see if we can close further into the $75 handle in order to go higher. So far, not happening.
A BBAI just set some new highs, although it pulled off those new highs.
Yeah.
Pins selling off here. So pins really, so basically what we were at, and I actually tried to go to NUKK earlier, so that did move here. Pins selling off here, so damn.
SPY really pulling too.
Yeah, everything is pulling. I'm actually just gonna close this here. We're gonna take a small loss here. 0 for 1 here on the Pinterest trade. SPY is pulling, by the way. 602 actually is continuing to move. NASDAQ at the lows here. Good call on that. Looks like that just kind of sank it. Bad timing there on that day trade.
That's a little concerning here because the buyers aren't able to really pull this back up, but the sellers seem to be. I mean, that's kind of where I'm seeing this perspective from, but could not get back above that 605.60 area.
Oh, looks like we're going to headline here. Trump told Republican lawmakers he plans to issue reciprocal tariffs as early as Friday. That is your headline that's sinking the market here. Tick minus 1,100. S&P futures new lows here, continuing to pull. SPY new lows here. Pull across the board. Pull across the board here, folks. Actually still up today, which is great.
All right. Where does it, you know what? I bet buyers step in at 600. Bet they do. Every dip has been getting bought. If they're going to have this dip get bought, it's going to be down closer to 600.
We should all know how to play these headlines, folks. This is not the first time we've got tariff headlines.
Yeah, and that just kind of goes back to what I was saying about the market not liking uncertainty. We're going to be getting a lot of uncertainty until things are a little clearer about where we're headed. I would think that the market gets a little weaker on that.
Izzy saying buy dips. Chris saying more saber rattling. BTFD. You guys know what that means. So Jay's asking a good question. Friday is in today or next week. I'm basically just reading the comment here. Let me see if I can get it again, and I'll read it verbatim. President Trump told Republican lawmakers he plans to issue reciprocal tariffs as early as Friday. I gotta think that means next Friday, because he wouldn't have said today. This is a quote that's just coming out. I gotta think he means next Friday, but I'm just deducing that. By the way, we're already bouncing here for those of you that are dip buying.
When did he tell Republican lawmakers that? Was that late last night?
Well, I'm just seeing the headline now, and again, that they're not specifying in that tape bomb there.
Gotcha. Let's see what I can find here.
That was Reuters initially on that, by the way. Okay.
Not seeing a lot from that's recent here, so I don't know. I have to look some more, and we're not going to do that right now. Okay. We're going to try and trade this. All right. So BBAI hit 838, and now that's coming down to look for $8 as support. I feel like we're going to get some weakness in BBAI. I don't know how far it's going to fall, but we do have those levels at the downside I mentioned earlier, so those could be support areas. You could maybe start around 760. Then of course you have the 715, 680 area. But it's looking a little bit weaker here. Don't like the candle that we just put in where we made that intercession high. That is a shooting star candle, a reversal candle. So we could be going lower here. Firm still not able to get and hold above 75. BBAI testing 8.
Okay, so you were right. Whoever was talking about Charlie there, Trump told Republican lawmakers he plans to issue reciprocal tariffs as early as today.
Mm-hmm.
S&P futures selling off on that. Now they're already bouncing a little bit here. We've already retraced some of that move. That was a really good shout out there. Who was that? I have to shout your name out. RSA. Great shout out there. Charlie said today, if I heard right, you did. You're right. Now, is Charlie right is the question. I generally don't argue with Charlie because he's right a lot.
Looks like CYTH is taking the next leg lower now.
Okay, good stuff there, guys.
Farm sideways. TNXP trying to rebound. CDT trying to go higher, but looking more sideways at this point. Yeah, I really liking anything I see at the moment.
Neither am I, but don't worry. We got Anne-Marie coming up in a couple of minutes. We'll find something. That much I can promise you.
Well, does anybody have anything that they want us to take a look at, since it's seemingly a little slow here and I don't see any good setups I like? Talk to me, Goose.
That's a good Top Gun line right there.
Yeah, one of the most realistic documentaries we've ever had.
CTM. And I'm trying to see if there's any of these other... Netflix bounced back. I'll tell you what, a lot of those big cap stocks really bounced back off that tariff headline pull.
XIII is trying to turn around this junky name.
Take care of yourself, Lynn. Enjoy the Woodford.
Take care, Lynn and Randy.
Take care, Izzy.
And Izzy. You guys did great this week.
Yeah, you really did.
Well, that was the only thing I was really seeing there. GSIW. SPY does look like it's trying to recover, but here we are trying to recapture the previous all-time high of 603.35.
Svarcy Marcy asking if you would buy the QBTS dip. So I wouldn't personally. It really depends on what your overall thought is on the quantum names, doesn't it? Right? Like if you think there's another rip coming here, and we are kind of discussed some of the news already on this. If you think there's another rip coming here, seems like a decent dip to buy.
For me, not if we're losing the 50-day SMA. We're in the process of doing that right now. We have the 20-day SMA beneath it. But if we lose to 50, I'm going to need to see a quick recapture of that. Otherwise, I think we will be going lower.
Okay.
All
right. Yeah, I can never get the scene switch fast enough before you comment on it. So I keep trying, but I keep failing. 13, we're going to go to Anne-Marie here next. Really good stuff here for the week. I hope that all of the issues, external and internal, are resolved.
So do I. And I'm sorry, everybody, for all of that and, having to air out my frustration on that as well. But hopefully we won't have any more of those problems. Everybody did a great job today and this week with trading. Yeah, I want everybody to have a great time with Anne-Marie. She's wonderful. You guys are going to get some great trade ideas and maybe some setups there from her with options. Have a good time with that. I will see everybody on Monday. Take care, everybody. Enjoy your weekend.
Vamos, 13. Thanks for everything. As always, we'll check in with 13 on Monday, and his departure leaves room for the one and only Anne-Marie Band. Let's bring her on. Anne-Marie. Oh, whoa. What happened there? I brought your chart on first. That was wild. It was wild. You know what happened? It's 13 disappeared from the queue, and I had my mouse hovered over it, and right when I clicked it, it brought the chart up. Anne-Marie, how are you doing today? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you too. I just wanted to say how great 13 is at bringing good vibes. No matter what, he's just a little ray of sunshine.
That's why we bring him on here. I surround myself with good people, and you're on that list too, Anne-Marie. So, all right, what do we got here for today? Looks like you've got McDonald's loaded up here. I'll be honest, shout out to the chat. They flooded us with tickers, so we should have plenty of stuff to go over here today. Looks like you want to start with McDonald's.
Sure.
Let's do it.
So there are a couple of things that I see with McDonald's. One, we tried to break out prior to an earnings event. And then the earnings came, and now we're back in this. Gosh, how old is this? 5 of 22. We've been sitting in this range, buying the bottom near that 240 area, selling the top near that 300 area. So my thought is we can do two things. If you're thinking to yourself, wait a second, maybe I've got some kind of range expansion going here. Let's do a Fibonacci using the 50%, right? You can see that it retraced down to the 150%.
Mm-hmm.
The 50% area of the original candlestick that broke out is 304. 320 is the top. If we head to the base, we're looking at about 250. Okay. So if you have an idea that this should go one way or another, I would suggest just taking one side of that spread if you're into that, right? So let's look at the Analyze tab. Here's my thought. My thought is if it fades, notice I've got 270 here, February
Mm-hmm.
21st. If it fades, 270 is going to be right in that range, filling the gap and coming into the half back of this candlestick. So the quick snap fade down into that area will deliver very nice results for just the long put. Expiring in 14 days, you're going to do that in and out, because if that doesn't go down into where you want it to,
Mm-hmm.
it either stays flat or it moves up. This is going to go to zero. So thing to remember is small size, small risk, big outsized results. But big outsized results also usually mean that the probability of it happening is smaller. Okay, now we're looking at the call side. So let's say, literally, the last time I went to McDonald's, I was in Finland, and it was fine. It was fat. I mean, there's nothing else to eat there. I have to
Interesting.
don't go to Finland for the food. It's at least in the little towns. Helsinki was better.
Okay.
Little towns. Not trying to throw shade on the Finnish. They're lovely people, but if the gas stations have buffets, every single gas station has a buffet.
Wow.
And you can take, it's pure insanity. All
I've
right,
never done a gas station buffet.
Oh, you're
Maybe
not
that's a good
missing
thing.
much, friend. Not missing much.
Whew.
That's like buying caviar on the aisle where they keep mustard.
Okay.
You don't want to do it.
Don't do it. Got it.
So, all right. Here's the call side: 305, 315, 325. Now, 305 is not that far away, right? Not that far away. And if there are a lot of people shorting at this 304, 305 area because they're like, well, it didn't do that. If they have a lot of people shorting there and they get run over, that's going to run all the way to our 315 marker. So, somebody's telling me I need to go to Buc-ee's.
13
I don't
is.
Yes. Oh, yes, I do see 13. Well, I don't know where that is, but I'm going to take your word for it because
I think that's a gas station chain in Texas that might do buffets, but I'm just guessing.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, maybe. All right. Maybe I'll try because 13 said something. Okay. So what that gives us is about $1.70 of exposure and a potential $1,000 upside if the calls work, and unlimited upside if the puts work but I mean, unlimited. It's not going to zero. So take it what you will, right? But I think that's probably the best thing. That's what I like. So I like that one. Boy, I
Okay.
spent a lot of time talking about that. Okay,
That's okay.
Palo Alto.
Yeah,
sorry,
really
go
quickly
ahead.
before we go to Pan W, that's the one that I'm interested in the most. Diamond Hotline was asking, are you only on butterflies? And I wanted to just mention this. No, she doesn't. She does all different kinds, but it depends on what we're looking for. So, Anne Marie, maybe there's a way that you want to summarize when you would use a condor versus when you would use a butterfly. In that last trade, you had an upside butterfly balanced by just single puts to the downside. Is there any easy way that you want to summarize that for Diamond?
Okay, so the short answer would be the market structure will determine what instrument I use, as well as whether I'm positioning into a news release, after a news release, or just following whatever market trend is. So as a trader, you can look at it and go, "Ah, you know what? I I like the fact that it since July, this thing has got higher lows and it's just come back off of a shallow fade. I'm just going to take the long side of that butterfly. I mean, the long side of that position. I'm not even going to worry about hedging. We tend to hedge ourselves a little going into earnings because we have no idea which way it's going to go. And literally, it's like flipping a coin. Right. We really don't know. It's our unknowns. So
Okay.
if it's sideways, I'll use an iron condor. If it's into earnings and it's sideways, I might use something else. After earnings, it's sideways, I'll use an iron condor. The market structure will dictate what I use.
Perfect. There you go. That's what I was hoping to get there. And Tom's asking, can Anne Marie post these different plays in her chat room? Yes, she
I can
can
do
and
it.
does.
I can definitely do it.
Okay. Palo Alto next. We'll wait for the loading to come up here. Really quickly, while we're waiting for the loading here, I've already done a really great trade in Palo Alto. I think this cybersecurity is a theme for 2025. And Pan
Huge.
W here is your leader. So
Huge, right? And they had themselves a pretty significant wiggle this time last year, right? Last earnings, they
yep.
had themselves a pretty significant wiggle. And literally, since that time, it's taken a year for the traders who bought this edge, almost a year, to get back to being upside. And look at what happened. It broke out, retested, made a little bit higher, collapsed again, but held higher lows. And so could we see, is there something systemic in the way that Palo Alto reports in the first session talking about the year before? I don't think so, because here it did perfectly fine. I looked past. So it really depends. Both of them look very nice in terms of what could happen. So let's say you're super bullish. Let's take a look at how we would position that. Let's say you're super bullish into the earnings event and you think it's going to knock their socks off. So you're going to look at this spread, this call butterfly. Now, you could say, Anne Marie, I don't want to do 3 legs of anything. I just don't. That's perfectly fine. You can buy the call straight out. It's $260. Now, notice that your break even for that is going to be $217.58. That's your break even. Here, your break even is $215.59. So could it blow the doors off of everything and end up going all the way past 225? It sure could. But I don't think it's gonna.
Okay.
Okay. So that's my gut based on how long it took the price action to recover. The only way I see it going to 225 is if traders who are short get caught flat-footed.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's my thought there. If per happenstance you say, I am very concerned about what might happen here, support edge, I would say if you were very concerned, wait until after earnings. Let the trees get shaken, all the weak hands come out, and then if per happenstance it comes to 165, you probably or be good to buy with both hands, right?
Yeah.
So what might be interesting to look at is to see if earnings come in and they disappoint because of guidance, because of whatever. Notice that 165 call is currently $31 in February, and in March it is $33. You literally could build yourself a butterfly into March or buy it outright for about $6 if it falls down into that space. So if you are concerned about the put side, just wait. The call side is very cheap. It looks fantastic.
Okay.
All right.
I like it. Panda, and you said you're going to throw these in the pro chat, right?
I will do it. I have to wait. My brain. Cocker Spaniel action here, remember? Okay, so I'm just going to do this one, yeah. And then we had McDonald's before that, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
So Tom, we'll make sure we get those in there for you.
For sure.
Make sure we get those in there for you, Tom.
Yeah. All right, consider it done. We'll probably also talk about it at the midday Moneyball report, which is going to be right after this. So this would be great. All right, what is next? We looked at, let me get to my notes here from you.
Palantir, Amazon,
Amazon.
Estes.
Okay. AMC, yeah. So Amazon numbers were not bad, but their guidance, they were talking about how expensive cloud stuff is going to be for them. And it's really weighing on the price. We had a beautiful butterfly that we closed prior to the earnings event because it was doing so well. And I'm very glad we did.
Mm-hmm.
So that one, it was, which one was it? Nope, not here anymore. So we did close it. And now, this is what I'm thinking is next. So I don't really think this thing's got upside right now. I don't.
Okay.
So if you're looking for a reflexive bounce, the first bounce is going to be at the 225 area, and then the second bounce at 215. So if you're saying to yourself, is there something that might be able to give me some revenue while I wait for this chart to get itself together? And my thought would be, why not try an iron condor, right?
Okay.
So we would have 215. Let's go to 210. That's where they see most of them. And then let's go to, what was that, 240? Golly, man, my brain.
Yeah, 240.
Yeah, 240 to 245. That's a lot of premium for a $5 spread. Now, what might be the problem there? Well, the markets might take off and run for the hills. Yeah, sure. Oh, the markets might fall to the floorboards. Absolutely. So anytime you sell an option, you create an obligation to someone else who buys that option and thereby has the right. If you're long an option, you have a right. If you're short an option, you have an obligation. And so we get to collect revenue stream, but we create an obligation. Now, we could roll this because this credit is so big, but I do like the iron condor here. If you're saying to yourself, I really think this thing's got more downside action, you certainly could go to February for 14 days and see if it fades a little bit, comes into the 220, or you could do it in March. Quite a bit more expensive, but it's also $15 wide. So it gives you a lot of wiggle room, and it's only $9 away from the price currently. So risk to reward looks pretty good on this one if you think that the stock might pull back.
Okay, interesting. Interesting takeaway from that print there. Again, the guide was the problem. It was a little bit light, and the web services number actually missed the whisper number. It grew at 19% year over year. They were hoping for 20, and so that's why it was soft this morning. Those two data points.
Yeah. Not only that, we have, although this doesn't really show it very well, but we do have volume just on a relative decline over the last several months. And I think that's because big money is sitting around going, I don't know what's going to happen. How can we actually position with an administration who does not go by the status quo? It's been very easy. Oh, this is what they do. And we have an administration that's like, you know what? We're breaking the mold. We're going to mix it up. We're going to leave some broken glass. So let's just figure out what
we just got a
happens
tariff tape bomb this morning.
I know.
So you're absolutely right about that. By the way, market is coming back off that tape bomb and is bouncing as we speak.
Listen, people are buying the dips.
Elf. They had a disastrous earnings report. So this is going to be your post earnings trade here on Elf. This thing got absolutely blown apart. What is it? Down 20%?
Yeah.
Still?
Tell me, tell me a little bit about what they said.
Okay, so, well, first of all, I believe that this was actually down more. So I believe that this is up off the lows here.
Yes.
Indeed, it is. In fact, it had pre-market lows here at 64. So another 7 points beneath where it's at right now. A couple of highlights. Oh, and the other thing, so we'll get to the actual report itself here. But this morning, we had a bunch of re-ratings that also kind of took it lower here, right? We had UBS downgrading it. We had Morgan Stanley downgrading it. We had D.A. Davidson downgrading it. And I'm not talking price targets. I'm talking downgrading from
as
neutral.
Sell.
Yeah. Well, in the case of Davidson, they went to neutral. In the case of UBS, they went to neutral. And in the case of Morgan Stanley, they went to overweight. But all of those came from buy ratings there. In terms of the print here, they see fiscal year 25 adjusted EPS 327 to 332. The estimate was 354. So the high end of the range is significantly beneath the whisper number. And then on the revenue, you have the same deal, 1.3 billion to 1.31 billion. The whisper number was almost 1.34 billion.
Wow. Okay, yeah, that's a dumpster fire. So the question is, who's prepared to buy at these lower valuations? And are the traders, wow, that's a head and shoulders pattern, isn't it? Yikes.
Looks like it.
Zoinks. Yeah, look at that double top. Holy moly. Okay, if per happenstance this is a sell zone, this thing's going to zero. So we can't really look at that, because if this is an actual head and shoulders and we do the neckline to the peak, that's worth more than the entire stock is at this juncture. So, yeah, okay. Let's look at something. This is going to be really a very different trade. Let's take a look at a leap that anticipates a break to 50.
Okay.
Kind of a round number, right? So let's see how we can price that. This one, let's choose, what's the worst month of the year? September, October. Those are usually the worst months of the year.
Yeah, September, I believe,
Yeah.
but into
So
October.
interesting. Look at this. 60, 45, 35. Yeah, that's can't do it there. Lot of, I think it's because the implied volatility has just skyrocketed. It's almost twice what it was early. So, all right. What if we try a diagonal and we say, I'm going to sell the 55 put for March, and I'm going to buy the April 55 put. Okay, so
Okay.
what that gives us is an 84, just so long as we don't lose 55. That's going to give us about, it's going to give us a free and clear number that if it moves, well below or wherever, we'll be in fantastic shape if it moves below 55. If you think, hey, that feels a little close to me, you could always say, all right, I'll sell the 50s and I'll buy the 50s, right? And that tells us for 65 cents, as long as the price action heads below $50.65, I'm going to make money here. $65 exposure. If this price action looks as terrible as it is, it's going to have a reflexive bounce first, simply because, see the big wick action here? Notice it's almost the halfway point between this month. So let's do the drawing and see what that looks like, right? So what we're doing is holding above that 66 right now. It tells us that it could very easily reflexively bounce up. So I would wait for the dust to settle 3 or 4 days, see if it bounces, and then literally you might be able to get these things for 15, 20 cents. And then have yourself a calendar spread that will be outrageously profitable into the fall.
Okay.
I like the 55 one personally.
Okay, really good stuff. And there we go. We were just asked if you only do butterflies. You come up with a hodgepodge of different trades here. Yeah, there you go. I absolutely love that. Okay, we definitely have time for another one here. Got at least 4 minutes. Nick was asking earlier about ASTS. This is one of the space stocks that has been unbelievably volatile. So I don't know what the option chain looks like here. I did not check that one for you. I guess I can do that. Yeah, I was going to say I could do that too here.
Now. Yeah, let's do it.
You know what? These are liquid enough. I think we're going to be good.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure. All right. I have to be frank. I have never looked at this. What? $1.97 to $40. Good gravy. Look at that. All right. That's crazy. Man. You dream about getting a position on like that. 40x.
And in this channel, dreams become realities. So, just saying.
Okay. All right. So this could be a bull flag, right? Bull flags, for those of us who are like, what the heck is that? A bull flag is a negative sloping formation within a positive moving, help me, chart. There we go. Thank you. And so this could very well be a bull flag. Where are the sellers sitting? Very clearly at 30. And they've been at 30 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4 of the last 6 months. Right? 4 of the last 6 months came into 30. Everybody's selling. Volume tapering down gives us a pretty nice shot. And this interesting wick over here is the battleground. So we just started February.
Right there.
January was, we had a rough month. Every single bounce was sold and it brought us lower. This could be a reversal formation. And so what does a reversal formation normally look like? It pulls back and it holds that midline area, $20. So in this case, if you're saying to yourself, I would like to own this. I would like to have, sell the 20 puts for March. Let's say it doesn't come in. You still make 118 bucks, right? If you're saying to yourself, yeah, but I really want to get it, I really want to see something move here, sell the 2250s.
Okay.
At this juncture, all we know is that they're selling the 30s. Many of us are not in the top tier in options for what our portfolio allows. But if you're at the very top tier and you can sell short calls, might not be a bad idea to sell
Okay.
those 30s. And if you don't care, if you don't care to do a naked call because naked calls are terrifying in this kind of market, you can create a short call spread where the $1.22 gives you a ton of room to collect some gains. You can do it on both sides. If it doesn't head higher, your calls work. If it does hold higher, but not so high, then your puts are going to go to zero. Beautiful way to trade this while you're waiting
Okay.
for it to come in, because there's so many wicks here. There's a very sideways formation.
Okay. Sounds good. I love that we did yet another kind there, Anne-Marie, and we did it perfectly with the time that we had allotted. Okay. Awesome. Anne-Marie, any closing words for the group? Are you watching the Super Bowl? You got anything special for the Super Bowl?
I am married to a sports junkie.
So yes. So you are.
Yes. So just gonna try and be chill, and we have been to a Super Bowl before, and it was
Ooh.
sensory overload. So I'm happy to be home this year.
Okay.
Happy to be
Okay.
home this year.
I'll say it. Go Birds. Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, thanks so much. Have a great weekend, and we'll catch up with you on Tuesday. We do have some more earnings next week. Those PanW earnings on Thursday too, so that'll be fun. Anne-Marie, take care. Enjoy your weekend.
Same to you. Bye, everybody.
Take care. That is Anne-Marie, and Anne-Marie will leave space for Sandra. Let's bring her on and see how she's doing. Sandra, happy Friday. How you doing?
Happy Friday.
How you doing?
Good. How about you?
I'm doing really good. Look, it's Friday before the Super Bowl. I'm excited. I got to wrap up a couple of things here, and then we're off for the big game. Who do you got in the Super Bowl, Chiefs or Eagles?
Eagles. Go Eagles.
All right. That's actually what our chat poll ended up voting for earlier. So giddy up. All right. Sandra, what do you got on deck for us here today?
We're going to take a look at Tesla. Tesla's just going back and forth and taking out everyone, it seems. I thought today we were going to have a good push, but we're going to take a look at the overall market and maybe get into some tickers that have some option flow and see what happens.
Okay, sounds good. Options trading made simple with Sandy starts right now.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fit-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Everyone, happy Friday. So, we took a trade last Friday on IWM, and it actually pushed to about 35% on Friday, but immediately reversed after that. So we had that big down day right over here on Monday. And as you can see, we've just been pumping ever since, and now we're a couple days down. We're kind of back at the mean, right? So we broke above the 20. It was looking really strong, as if maybe it was going to test this vertical pivot line right here, this trend line. Was really hoping that it was kind of, it had done it once, twice, three times, looking for it to actually break out, but it never did. In fact, it just held really good resistance and fell back down, and we're still underneath it. You could see that it is a rising vertical trend line. So we could see it get challenged again, but we'll just have to see what the overall market looks like. So today IWM is down. SPY, on the other hand, this was actually looking really constructive this week. But again, if we were to create a trend line with these two weeks right here, you can see just coming right up to resistance. And it's failing again today, coming right back down to the mean. So this will be interesting to see if we could actually follow through, have some follow through to break out of this resistance zone, or are we going to just keep hitting it and coming back down? At a certain point, price levels just going to get what's it called? You're just exhausted from it all. You know what I mean? You're just like 1, 2, 3. How many times is it going to hit it before it says, okay, we need a heavier pullback? And if that ends up happening, then next week we could easily go down to 593.64 as the low. The midpoint here being around 602. So right now we're at the 602. Depending on where we close today will determine this weekly expected move indicator, which will then give us the levels of our high at 611 or low in the 593 range. So that's what we're looking for SPY. Let's take a look at QQQs. That's interesting. QQQs, apparently, let me get that back on screen here, sorry. The Qs also, I mean, it's amazing. I thought I just did that on SPY. Looks like I was looking at this on the Qs as well. Also coming right into resistance with a pullback. Huge pullback today, guys. And this morning it was actually looking pretty good. So as you can see, we gapped up this morning, and it looked like we were going to actually, these power lines just being some crossovers from our triangle pattern, basically from our vertical trend lines. Looked like we were going to actually break out, but we did not. We actually just hit resistance and did a pullback. Now we're underneath the 20 on a 15-minute. And as we look at a day, that was still have a really good momentum here. I like that we have not crossed. Oh, this is on a weekly. Weekly looks good, but on a daily, you could see that we're still above the zero line. This still could recover next week. We'll have to see, but it looks like it's doing a reversion to the mean. You could see that we broke above it after that big drop on Monday. We broke above it and had 4 really good days, and today's the pullback day. And where did it pull back? Like literally right at that resistance line. So really looking at resistance, holding. We just have not been able to break through some of these levels, even though we had a nice recovery this week from Monday news on tariffs, right? So at any time, we can get any type of tweet that comes out, and it could just completely change the landscape here. So as we take a look at DIA, DIA, really kind of suffering with its momentum on an hourly. Let's take a look at a daily here in comparison. Actually broke through its vertical trend line. This actually really looks good, but ended up breaking below, and now we're staying below. So typically these support and resistance lines do tend to be fake out zones because everyone is, really hoping for either some momentum or a failure at those levels. And as you can see, we're just kind of hanging out there, but you could see this rising 20. So if momentum can stay above the zero line, this looks a little drastic here, doesn't it, right here? This looks a little drastic. If we could stay above the zero line and stay above that 20, we do have an opportunity to not only come up here to the last pivot high here on a daily, which is around the 450, 153 area, but we can then finally break that level. And when I say finally, if you look all the way back, you can see that we're at a double top since, can't see that, but since basically mid-November. So look at that beautiful pattern on a double top, and looks like it came down for a higher low, and then looked like it was going to happen, but looks like another double top. So we'll have to wait and see if this just kind of crests this vertical trend line and then finally break it. That would be the slower way to do it. If DIA can gain some momentum here, we could see a pop, but this is a pretty drastic down slope for momentum. So really kind of looking bearish here. And on the 4-hour, you can see that we're breaking below the 20. We've just broken below the zero line. So on an hourly, you can see that we are at the oversold level here. Typically speaking, when you have momentum kind of hit these extended levels, and in this one, this is like the 200 range. When it hits that 200 range, it's typically at an exhausted point. Now, this is on an hourly, so we could see a reversion to the mean, come right back up to the 446 level, and then it will have to decide if it's a trend change and break above that 20, or it's just going to roll over and continue on the downward motion. All right, so that is DIA. Let's take a look at ARC here. ARC really kind of getting up, it had a really nice pump here. And I was looking at this in comparison to all the other stocks. It's so interesting to see that this is actually flirting with its pivot high right now. It's staying above the 20 and momentum is above the zero. So looking at ARC, haven't really looked at ARC in a long time, but these types of stocks now are kind of taking off. Let's take a look at Hood really quick. And you can see Hood also coming into 212 is their earnings. So this actually looks like it had a nice pump comparably to the indices, right? So that kind of is looking interesting. Let's take a look at some of the bigger names. Look at Google, just really having a bad day after earnings, right? Just taking a dive here. It actually, is on an hourly. It's exhausted on the down end, but we don't really see a recovery here, not even any basing. We had some basing here for the last 2 days. And, when you have some basing or some consolidation, the only place you could go, right? You've already been consolidating for a couple days. The only way, this could continue on for, more, but you're really taking a chance here. Is it going to break above and use this as support, or is it going to break down? And Google broke down, not looking very good here. Its next level is at 184. We're almost there. And then let's take a look at a bigger time frame here. Yeah, it's almost at that one level. And then it looks like we could go all the way down to 178. And you'll notice that next week's weekly expected move indicators actually showing. So right now, what it's doing is it's just monitoring where price is right now. Now, wherever price actually ends up closing at, then that indicator will calculate the expected move for next week. But you can kind of see, just because we're almost midday here, you can kind of see that the expected move for Google next week is 189, and on the low is around 180. So we still got some move to go, and this looks like a nice engulfing candle comparably. We are approaching the 200 on a daily, but we still have room to go. So Google looking weak here. Let's take a look at Apple. Apple, interesting. So Apple ended up taking that big move down on the tariff news. We did kind of consolidate, right, for the whole week. Really didn't get a bounce back. You could take a look at momentum, really starting to look weak here, as it's almost going to cross below the zero. On a daily, that would be basically a short-term swing trade for the bears. So as we take a look at that, you can see the indicator. It hasn't done its calculation until the close, but you can see we're around 234 and 223. Ooh, that could be a big move for Apple. We'll have to see. And remember, that's the weekly expected move for these stocks. Always nice to be able, if you wanted to, you could go to your trade tab as an example, and then you can take a look at what the weekly expected move is. So for Apple, as an example, if we go out 7 days, you could see that the expected move here is 7 points. And that's how you get that weekly expected move. So you have plus or minus 7. So that's really helpful for you to see where the market makers are already identifying, right? Basically what the move is going to be. And it changes basically with the flow. So this is really cool that the platform is already going to tell us what the expected move is. That really kind of, sets your expectations appropriately for the type of maybe trade vehicle or where you're thinking it might be going. So having that kind of identify could be helpful to you as a visual, just to see, hey, where are we at? And then you can see with our vertical trend line here, it's been on top of it, on top of it, on top of it. Again, these are all fake out zones. And boy, this would have just, made a trader cry this week. We're underneath the 20 right here. So really going absolutely nowhere until we actually pop above it. That would indicate that we have a possible trend change when you can get above the 20 on any time frame, by the way. So if we can get above the 20 on any time frame, you could start to see this start to recover, right? Start to mend itself. But as of right now, it's not looking good for any of these. On the 4-hour, it's actually breaking down below it, which means that yesterday, it was flirting, trying to break out of it, but not anymore. We also have a dividend on 210. So we can prepare for that. So right now, kind of looking weak on a daily, as well as, even if this was for the week, I don't like the looks of Apple at all. All of these stocks really taking a beating, right? The tech. So let's take a look at Meta. And Meta, wow, Meta actually outperforming the market right now. You could see that it's the momentum was high, came down, was kind of in a, just kind of a basing zone right here. And now you can tell that it's kind of cresting above this 100 line. When we see momentum breaking above this 100 line on a CCI, as an example, you can really see the momentum start to shift in the stock. Because as you can see, even though momentum has been going low, price has been going high. Now, typically that's a divergence on this longer time frame. But if we take a look at an hourly, you can see how really Meta has, within the last week, has really stayed kind of above this zero line, showing its strength. And today, really just outperforming. So this actually looks good for continuation. However, I have to tell you, what was that? I think Tesla, there was a stock that we took a trade on, and it was just outperforming anything on the market. But you know what? One or two stocks that outperform just can't run away from the entire kind of, forecast of what the entire market's doing. So typically, whatever the market is doing, that saying high tide raises all boats, well, it can sink it as well. And so what ends up happening is you have these, a few stocks that are outperforming, and you really got to take a look at those sectors and see where they align. If the Qs, as an example, Meta's part of the Qs. If the Qs are not really, the entire sector is down, but Meta's up, I would think twice about it. I've done this several times to test it. And even though we have institutional flow that might be sending money into these stocks, the broad market tends to kind of take those independent stocks at some point and take it down with it if the market is going down like it is today. So Meta looking good today. Don't know how it's going to go next week, but as you can see, it's already calculating around 734 and also 696. And so depending on where we close today and where we open on Monday will determine, the likelihood. And as you look back, you can see as price breaks the weekly expected move, it often will be bullish for the following week. And they've done studies on this, and this is one of those kind of forecasters that can, kind of help you see. And then if it breaks below, it most likely will start to head. The higher probability is that it'll start to head. But you can see where we broke above again. And we just broke above it this week. So we'll have to see if this level right here at 708 acts as support. If it does, then we could see a breakout for next week. But we'll have to kind of see it. Now that I've already tried a couple of those types of trades where an independent stock is actually outperforming, I'm now like, okay, I think I got this. I don't think I want to mess with that all that much. So anyway, we can see, some of these stocks kind of, let's take a look at some of the market maker stocks. This is interesting. Eli Lilly, right? So now we got some healthcare stocks really taking off. What does that actually mean for the market? When you actually see, SPY and the QQQs go down, but you see, healthcare go up. Healthcare, it typically is a reverse, right? Let's take a look at some banks. Banks, not looking too bad. JP Morgan. Here's Visa, not too bad at all. MasterCard. This is interesting. So Oracle actually looking pretty decent today. Gas stocks looking okay. So really just kind of J&J, another defensive, right? And this is all because of just forecasting for a recession people are talking about. But when you take a look at like CRM and Microsoft as an example, these are all the stocks that are heading down. And that's not good because we could see a pretty sharp pullback here. We got Google down. Let me take a look. Oh, Amazon not looking good. Apple, AVGO was looking good at the beginning of the week, but it looks like it's breaking down as well today. IBM, IBM kind of holding its own here. And that's about it. I'm interested now looking into Goldman Sachs actually looks pretty good. I actually am looking at Tesla for a short. And one of the reasons is I was looking at some of the net flow that was coming in from institutional buying and selling, and I had read a post where there was a lot of institutional buying yesterday, but not today. So that was a quick kind of a change. And you can see Tesla just really struggling to get over its 20. Tesla just seems to be one of those stocks that really has been consolidating for a long period of time, but it's actually breaking down now. And you can see that for the last 3 weeks, Tesla's been kind of in this zone. These yellow bands right here show consolidation on a longer term time frame. And you can see the zone that we've been in. But once we break this, right, this is called Darvis, by the way. It was named after a guy that created this system, but basically after consolidation, once it breaks that consolidation, you're heading lower. Those are the higher probabilities, right? And if you break it higher, so they just act as support and resistance, just another way of looking at consolidation and then looking for either a breakout or a breakdown. So here we have on a daily that it is breaking down. So we'll have to see what comes on Monday, but As we look at a weekly, this is really interesting for Tesla. So as we look at a weekly, you could see that, we've been consolidating, but today we're breaking below it. So as we break below 371, this is actually looking more bearish. Now we do have support on a weekly at 353, but that's a long ways away on a weekly, isn't it? So as we look at the charts, we could actually see on a weekly that we are breaking momentum to the downside. So that's looking really weak. I'm actually looking to take now. How about if we take, actually, we've been doing a lot of bull trades. This actually looks good on a weekly level as well as a daily level to break the pattern here and go for a weekly. We're going to do a debit spread. Let's see what a debit spread. Let's take a look at that and kind of compare the two vehicles right off the bat for Tesla. Tesla's getting expensive on single option side, right? So if we wanted to take a 1 week out put for Tesla at the 367 level, which is at the money basically, you're talking about $1,065, right? So what we could do here is we could come over here and click this to a vertical. And what you're doing is you're buying a call and you're selling a call, which kind of, gives you a hedge, so to speak. So the movement isn't as fast and you don't get as much reward as you typically would for that long call, but it can still make you considerable income, especially for a small account. You do need a different classification, of course, to buy this from your broker. You got to get spread trading authorization, but you can definitely, by the way, this was from an earlier couple puts that I took on Tesla. That's why I'm looking at it. So, and I think it's got some more downside going. So that was just a 0 DTE day trade going on there. But as we take a look at this, you can see that we're buying the 367.50 put, and then we're selling the 365 put. So we're paying money for this one, and we're getting money for this one, and that's why it's only $1.18. So you can then determine your risk. Now, typically speaking, I would typically take a 50% stop loss on these. And it just makes it easy to manage. Now, the other thing is I used to, at TDA, I used to automate my debit spreads there. When you purchase a debit spread via automation, works wonderfully. The problem is the selling. And for whatever reason, when they switched Thinkorswim over to Schwab, they have done some updates. I'm not really sure I really like them. So with that in mind, I typically do an OCO, which is one cancels another out for automation. But what's been happening is when there's a volatile morning, as an example, it'll, regardless if you're in the money, you're in profit, it will just ding you out. And so after a couple complaints, not only myself, but in our community, once you see that variable keeps hitting and hitting, you could see it, it's starting to change on you based on your own automation experience, then you just kind of have to go with the flow until they readjust it. So after the complaint, now what I do is I just set my debit spread in as an example, but I don't automate the stop. I'll just check it every once in a while. When it gets to that 50%, I start trimming the position and leaving some runners. If it's a 50% stop loss, I'll just go ahead and close it out and call it a day that the thesis didn't work, right? The forecasting didn't work. So on Tesla today, we're taking puts, which we haven't done together, looking at about $123 for each of these. My real loss to this, I'm expecting, is about 50%. Now, what ends up happening if this completely gaps up on Monday? It's going to surpass my 50%. Nothing I can do with it. It is what it is. That's why you define your risk up front. So I know what I really want to lose on Tesla, but I'm recognizing that I could lose, about $550, $600 on Tesla, it going for $1.25. All right, guys. So we're going to take this and then we're going to go over to our analyze graph and we're going to take a look at this just so that you could see what this looks like. So as we look at Tesla on the analyze graph, we can, let me get rid of any other of these, this one and this one. So now what this is showing us basically is like, okay, here's where the price is right now. And we're really wanting price to continue, right? Going, downwards. And so this blue graph right here is showing kind of like the trade outline in a visual, letting you know that, this really needs to break this secondary line right here. And let me make sure I got this right. I do not. There we go. So as you can see, the second line is break even. This line is when you're actually in the money. And that this second red line right here where you're in the money is right where the crest of this analyzation graph is. And so really we're looking for price to kind of go below that 366.27 level thereabouts, right? And then that would provide us that we're going in the right direction. And as you can see down here, if by next Friday we close anywhere on the opposite side of this line, anywhere in here, guys, right? You could see what the blue line represents right here, okay? You could see that we make money. But if we actually end up on this side, right, on Friday, then you can see how this starts to move, and you can see the blue lines say actually negative. Do you see in the bottom left-hand corner where it says negative 615? So that's what we really want to do is we're taking a chance here to say, hey, look, I think this is going to move closer in here, and I'm giving it that opportunity. And this is at the money. Now, we could pay a little bit more and be closer to that line as an example. But what the payout isn't as great as it is at the money. So it's almost like, going to Vegas and betting on, the when you're betting for the front runner, right? The odds are not as good as you betting for the underdog. Vegas is going to give you more money for the underdog, of course. And it's the same here. So when you're at the money, right, you got a little bit more room to go versus already in the money. So if you're in the money, then your odds are not as good. It's like you being the front runner, basically. All right, guys. So we're almost there. This was a lot of fun to go over the charts. Had an interesting week, very volatile. I can see the volatility continue in this manner. And it'll be interesting to see what Tesla ends up doing because we have a low for Tesla for next week at the 347.43 level. So this could be an interesting play. Now, if on Monday we open up higher than where we closed today, that could be an issue. But as of right now, we're staying underneath the 20. Tesla had a lot of opportunity. Trust me, I've been watching Tesla all week. It's had a lot of opportunity to break out, and it just has not been able to do it. And you can see where 2 days ago, we actually hit this low at 363.18. So 363.18, looking for a break below that for a continuation, right? That's the easiest way to do it. If you're looking at an hourly chart, just look back to see what this week's low was. And that's what we're looking for is a break below there. The easiest thing you can do as well, by the way, you don't have to wait for your 50% loss. You could just say, hey, look, if this thing breaks above the 20, I'm going to start to change my mind, right? Especially if we see momentum starting to break above. So if it breaks above the 20, which is at 375.64, you could definitely program that in. Then you're golden. It'll just get you out with a less of a loss. You protect your capital until you're ready for the next trade. All right, guys, remember risk-defined trades is the most important. If you want to check out automation, how you could utilize Thinkorswim or IBKR for automating your trades on the weekend and just letting them play out, you could go over to tradingmadesimple.org. All right, see you next week.